never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
To roll. Get settled in for another week. What do we got? I got final week for the month of January. Well, at least a full week. Next Monday will be the 31st, I believe. So one Monday to go. But yeah, how about that? 24th day of January. That's what we'll be working our way into here on a Sunday night into a Monday morning. How was your weekend? All right, be honest. Did anybody think when we closed things out here Friday morning at 5 a.m. Eastern time that we would be looking at this setup for next weekend? Conference championships. I don't think anybody could have forecast this. I know several of our listening friends, including Knucklebuster, predicted the Bengals would pull off technically the upset over the Titans, the number one seed coming off the bye week there. And indeed they did. That's how things got started there Friday afternoon. Final score 19-16. Then the nightcap there, Saturday evening. Packers falling to the 49ers. Wow. Let's move on to Sunday. Tom Brady's done? Rams over the Buccaneers, 30-27, the final score. I did not get to see the game. I mean, everyone that I've seen posting and the comments and the commentary in regard to the Chiefs versus the Buffalo Bills, apparently Buffalo had that game won in regulation. think, the Chiefs got the ball back with like 13 seconds on the clock? And that's all they needed to get into field goal range to send that game to overtime. And Chiefs ultimately come out on top, 42-36, the final. Again, in an overtime game, which sets it up. The Bengals will again face the Chiefs next Sunday, getting things started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon for the NFL Conference Championship game, followed by the 49ers versus the Rams, 6:30 p.m. That will set up who will appear in Super Bowl. Coming up on February the 13th will be the Super Bowl there. But my, I don't know. I thought, well, anything's possible. As they always say, any given Sunday, the Bengals actually able to take out the Titans. But I'll be honest, I was surprised. Now, the Bengals have already beaten the Chiefs. That's what got them into the postseason. That game, beating the Chiefs, sealed their win in that division. Can you beat the Chiefs twice? That's going to be a tough one. But we shall see. 49ers versus the Rams. I see some of these predictions, prognosticators of a Bengals versus 49ers Super Bowl. We've been there before on more than one occasion. I believe if that were the scenario, it would be the third time. Bengals fans say third time's a charm. So, what an incredible weekend in playoff action there for the NFL. So some ecstatic fans for the winners and unbelievable. Teams, Tom Brady shedding some alligator tears. Who was that sent me a message a few minutes ago there? Dennis says, this is good stuff. Cowboys playing Madden, wishing they were in the playoffs. The Patriots were crushed. Brady is now shedding alligator tears. The Bengals are in the championship game. And finally, I got to laugh hysterically at the Kansas City Chiefs fans who actually left the stadium early. I can't wait to read my horoscope in the morning. It's got to be good, right? Well, there you go, Dennis. Great to have you on board. It was a crazy weekend. And what a cold weekend. Wow. Let's start right there. Let me take you down into even central and southern portions of Florida where we've got frost advisories way deep into Florida. It's going to be a chilly morning when Philip heads out. I'm going to have a couple of hours here to get his new week started. Frost advisories in effect for Glades, Hendry, inland Palm Beach, inland Broward, inland Collier counties from 2 a.m. till 8 o'clock a.m. this morning, Monday morning. They've also got a high surf advisory in effect for coastal Palm Beach County until 7 p.m. Monday. High risk of rip currents at all the Atlantic beaches through Monday evening, they tell us. And a small craft advisory in effect for the Atlantic waters till 7 o'clock a.m. Monday. But frost advisories, temperatures dropping into the middle 30s overnight tonight, deep into the heart of Florida. Now, separately, you get into central and northern Florida. We've got freeze warnings. So from southeastern Georgia, again, tonight, from Jacksonville to Lake City to Gainesville to Ocala and to the inland areas over toward Daytona Beach. Freeze warnings. That kicks in 1 a.m. till 9 a.m. Eastern time. Temperatures could drop as low as 28 degrees tonight. Frost and freeze conditions could kill crops and other sensitive vegetation. Let me see from the Weather Service office in Tampa Bay there. Freeze warning in effect from 4 a.m. until 8 a.m. Now, this is like coastal Citrus, coastal Levy, coastal Hernando, inland Levy, inland Citrus counties, Hernando and Pasco counties. Frost and freeze conditions there. Freeze warning means widespread freezing temperatures expected to occur. Take those steps now to protect tender plants from the cold, and exposed water pipes may burst if they're not wrapped or covered. It's one of those nights where you may want to leave that faucet dripping. Just a slight drip is all it takes to keep those pipes from freezing up. So if it's that cold in Florida, boy, it's definitely cold the further north you get. We had one Alberta clipper that had dropped through parts of the Great Lakes, the Ohio Valley, on Sunday there. Alberta clipper number 2 is coming in right on its heels. We have winter weather advisories in effect tonight from southeastern Wisconsin, north central and northeastern Illinois, northern Indiana, and on up into the coastal areas off the Great Lakes over much of western Michigan, where you're going to see some lake-enhanced snowfall there. But this is just another wave, as one after another wave of cold going to continue to bring bone-chilling conditions into the north central and northeastern USA. One or more storms out of Canada bringing the chance of snow to over 50 million people over the coming days. And even another major winter storm that could impact the East Coast. Now, this is the models depicting late this week into next weekend. Oh boy, the combination of a southward dip in the jet stream that's unleashing cold air from central Canada to the north central and northeastern U.S., a series of disturbances from the northern Pacific will allow one or more fast-moving storms with snow to target portions of the lower 48 into Tuesday of this week. These are the storms that organize over the western provinces of Canada, Alberta clippers, as we call them, due to their fast movement and their origin. Since there are multiple waves of cold air that are expected to dip down from Canada, those clipper-type storms tend to ride along the jet stream, where the boundary between that Arctic air and the relatively mild air resides. These are usually fast-moving and drop a quick 1 or 2 inches of snow. Every once in a while, you get some more persistent bands that can produce 3 to 6 inches and really cause some travel difficulties. Now, the first clipper dove out over the upper Midwest. We did see a swath of accumulating snow from central Minnesota to lower Michigan Saturday afternoon into Sunday morning. Chicago picked up nearly 4 inches of fresh snow between Saturday and Sunday morning. Madison, Wisconsin saw almost 5 inches of snow there. And let's see. We record on the Wisconsin-Iowa border, just over 6 inches recorded there. As of Sunday morning, the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation had a speed restriction along western portions with the Ohio border along I-80. Speed was reduced to 45 miles per hour. Tractor trailers, other commercial vehicles were being advised to stay in the right lane. Snow continued to spread further east through Sunday evening, moving into interior portions of the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic, where you saw a general 1 to 3 inches of snow falling. A few flakes could even fly along the I-95 corridor overnight tonight. Cities like New York City, Philadelphia, Boston. Now, really not anticipating much accumulation, but just a light coating on the roadways could lead to some slippery travel conditions there. The second of the 2 clipper storms is going to yield a slow commute Monday for cities along the I-80 corridor from eastern Illinois over into western Pennsylvania, as the snowfall totals are going to be not going to be overly impressive, but it just takes that light coating of snow to produce some of those slick conditions. By Monday night, the bulk of the snow is going to shift from the Midwest into the eastern Great Lakes and the Northeast. Most locations in the path of this next clipper will see, again, 1 to 3 inches of fresh snow. Now, you could see some spots near Lake Erie and Ontario. The higher elevations of the Appalachians of West Virginia could see some higher totals. Storm max may be approaching 10 inches. The clipper continues to slide off the New England coast by Tuesday. Light snow expected over much of New England. Most locations will pick up an inch or less, though. As the quick-moving Clipper exits the New England coast by Tuesday, another wave of bitterly cold air is going to be ushered in across the Midwest, the Great Lakes, and the Northeast. We're going to be in the deep threes through late this week. Widespread temperatures well below zero can be expected Wednesday and Thursday morning. Old man winter continues to tighten his grip on the north central and eastern portions of the country. Now, forecasters are watching for the next winter storm that could pack a wintry punch from the southeast to the northeast late this week into next weekend. A storm that's currently near the Aleutians, we're talking up in Alaska, is going to hitch a ride on the jet stream and travel southeast, diving through the Canadian prairies into the northern plains by about midweek. Storm could reach the southeastern U.S. Late this week and move off the southeast coast, where it could rapidly strengthen over the warmer Gulf Stream waters as a wave of Arctic air dives southward in the wake of the storm. Now, the big question at this early stage is, where does the storm track in relation to the East Coast? That's always the big question. If the jet stream becomes highly amplified over the southeast late this week, that would force the storm to track close to the coast, which could potentially bring significant snow and wind from the southern Appalachians through the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. Friday through Saturday, looking ahead to the end of the week already. On the other hand, if the jet stream ends up being a little less amplified, the storm could be slower to strengthen and probably be far enough out to sea to prevent any major impact. So it's just a big question at this point in time, but something obviously we'll be following through the upcoming week. All right, welcome aboard here on a Monday morning. Who else checking in out of the box? Hello to Heavy D. Morning, Steve, and the overnight drive crew. Stay safe out there. Keep on trucking. Gilligan's on board. There's Larry. Afternoon. Everybody hammer down. Be safe. Hello to Christian checking in, as well as Zorro. Pappy's on board. KC Buffalo game. What a game. Yes, that was, well, first of all, a nail-biter and a heartbreaker for the Bills fans. Steven checking in from California. There's Captain Ron checking in. Yeah, what do you think there, Ron? A chilly night. We've got 36 degrees rolling through Gainesville, Florida. Now, didn't you do this same thing last week, Captain Ron? He said, my dumb ass is still in shorts and a T-shirt. Yes, you did that last week. Hey, you've got some cold air there in Florida. I'm looking towards a great show. Semper Fi. Thank you, Captain Ron. Hillbilly Tex here, exit 81 off of I-75, waving a hand to all my trucking brothers and sisters out there. Buster Brown, congratulations on the championship game there. Heat wave is in Southern California, headed for the Hacienda in New Mexico. It's breezy, 60 degrees tonight. I'll take that in a heartbeat. Hello to Evan. Evening, Steve. Says, I'm a bit under the weather. Hate to hear that, Evan. Hope you feel better soon. It's not that COVID thing, is it? All right, James. Morning, Steve. I'm afraid an invasion of Ukraine by Russia appears to become more and more likely. Wonder what our fearless leader's going to do about it. Scary times we're living in. Yes, it is, James, and you are correct. I've got the latest headlines. I mean, all the signs are indeed pointing toward something happening in fairly short order. I don't know, we've got the Olympic Games set to begin just a matter of days away. You talk about throwing a monkey wrench in China's President Xi's big party there with the Olympics. Yeah, you start a war, and, of course, all of Europe becoming involved. Not good. 007 checking in from Cleveland at the Petro truck stop tonight. They've got a lot of snow on the ground here. Yes, indeed. Hello to Matt. Good evening, Steve. We've got 7 whopping degrees here in Sydney, Ohio. I'm headed to Michigan. Be safe out here, my friends. Gary says, Joe Burrow is the real deal. I mean, for as many times as he was sacked on Saturday, I think they took him down. Was it 9 or 10 sacks they had in that game, Tennessee? It's unbelievable. I mean, where in the hell was the offensive line? If it weren't, defense stepped up big time in that game. Maybe the offensive line decides to show up next week, and they sure better. Yeah, against Kansas City. Meanwhile, hello to Timothy checking in this morning. Tank is on board. Morning, Steve. Happy Monday. Back in the saddle after being off 2 weeks with COVID. I'm glad to be over this. Still a bit weak, but looks like we're going to make it. In Memphis, getting ready to head out west tonight. There's Big Sexy checking in from the Home 20 in Truman, Arkansas. Off tonight. We'll be back out about this time tomorrow night. We've got 35 degrees clear. Supposed to warm up to like 59 degrees Monday afternoon. Anyway, enjoying the night, keeping the grand puppy tonight. Everybody be safe out there. All right. Good to have you on board there. Enjoy that off night. Big Sexy. It's about 19 past the hour. And our number, 844-844-3388. What are some of the startling signs? Well, here's looking at the latest developments. First, from American Military News. President Biden's State Department has ordered all families of U.S. government personnel in Kiev, that's Ukraine, to leave the country immediately. Due to the increased threats of the invasion, Biden is also considering sending thousands of U.S. troops to Eastern Europe to help bolster the NATO forces there. In a statement issued by the U.S. Embassy in Ukraine, the State Department said, we've made this order out of an abundance of caution due to continued Russian efforts to destabilize the country and undermine the security of Ukrainian citizens and others visiting or residing in Ukraine. We have been in consultation with the Ukrainian government about this step and are coordinated with allied and partner embassies in Kiev as they determine their own posture. Fox News confirmed the president is weighing sending several thousand U.S. troops to Eastern Europe and the Baltic states to assist with NATO efforts in the region. Following a briefing with advisors at Camp David this past day, President Biden is reportedly considering sending 3,000 to 5,000 American troops to Romania, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. Biden may also deploy naval vessels to potentially threaten NATO allies. The departure order and possible deployment just days after the president's first press conference of the year, during which he predicted Russia would invade Ukraine, but suggested, again in that report, a minor incursion would result in less severe consequences, which, of course, that remark stunned the Ukrainian government, who said the president basically gave the green light to Putin to enter Ukraine at his pleasure. Of course, several days were spent walking back those statements. Going back to Thursday of last week, of course, Ukraine's president pushed back on Biden, tweeting, "We want to remind the great powers there are no minor incursions or small nations. Yeah, there are no minor casualties and little grief from the loss of loved ones. I say this as the president of a great power." And then, of course, the State Department also elevated their travel advisory in Ukraine to level 4. Do not travel due to the increased threats of significant Russian military action against Ukraine. Look at it, 22 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hotshot Secret Studio.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me see here. Santa Claus on board. Top of the morning, Steve. And the gang out there sitting in my condo on top of the old grapevine. They're good to have you on board, Santa Claus. Hello to Buckeye Boy. What's happening out there? Checking in from Brazelton, Georgia. We've got 37 degrees at this hour. I'm at a friend's garage to see if their computer can tell me what the warning light on my dash means. Yeah, we think it could be that stupid DPF filter needs baked to clear the soot out of it. Thanks so much, EPA. Also, need to get a headlight assembly replaced because of something I hit not paying attention when I'm looking for an MHC Kenworth repair shop to read the code anyway. Yeah, stopped by two, called two others. One was closed. One was 10 days out for service. Another was a week. Yeah, the other was a couple of days maybe. You just read the code, for crying out loud. I still have my freight that I brought back from Ohio and Pennsylvania. My plan is, if they can fix it here, either by getting it baked for, I guess, anywhere from $1,000 to $1,500, or buying a new one, which may be $4,000 or $5,000. Whatever's going to get me done faster. I got a load no later than Wednesday afternoon for Salt Lake City in this truck, or I'll have to take one of my other trucks, which I don't want to do. Have not driven a Hino on log trips for like 7 years, and my Kenworth is much more comfortable. Anyway, we shall see. Go Bengals! And I just got most of my large Hot Shot Secret order of anti-gel, EDT, Stick Shit Eliminator, and Winter Rescue, and got some stickers, a banner, and some cards, and incredibly fast delivery. Have a great night, and everybody be careful out there. All right, let's see. Mariano is on board. Welcome back. Glad to see you're back, Steve. Yep, here we are. Thank you very much. Deborah checking in. Morning, Steve. A cold night here in Indiana. Be safe out there, especially my special driver. Santa Claus. Let's see. I've crossed paths with Heatwave twice in the past 24 hours. How about that? There's Rockpick checking in morning. Good morning and happy Monday, Steve. And the drivers, the third shift workers, and insomniacs out there. It's a beautiful 9 degrees. Feels like 3 below here in Rochester, New York. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in with 16 degrees. Good to see you back on there, Steve. All right, Rubber Duck is checking in here on a Monday. What's happening, Rubber Duck?
Oh, hello, guys. Oh, so I drove a truck to Portland last week, and I have to give my beautiful thanks to the Jubitz family out there. Wow, that place is amazing. Had to spend some time and trade a truck in, and then stay at the hotel and get a ride to the airport, which, they said we have a shuttle. Unfortunately, they're short-staffed. Didn't have a bus driver.
Oh.
But they footed the cab bill. And the cab bill was probably close to $50.
Wow.
Of what my hotel bill was. So I felt comfortable, getting my prime rib dinner, and oh my God, it's a legendary place. I've heard about it. I stopped in to meet a dealer to swap a truck off and come back the last time. Never got to stay, but just stay there Thursday night, Friday, and then, into yesterday morning was amazing. Now, however, the flight home, oh boy. You get there early, you watch your plane at the gate while you're watching the football game. Way to go, Bengals. Nice job, guys. Got to give that one to you, man.
Yeah.
That was good. Good. Congratulations. No, seriously. Honestly, as a Ravens fan, man, they put it together. They patiently waited. They built a team, and I really think they might be in the Super Bowl. They're good. So,
yep.
I love you guys. Who dat? How do I say it? I don't know. How do I say it?
Yeah, they gotta beat Kansas City. There's one more win, and they'll be in for the big game. But yeah, we shall see.
That game tonight. Oh my God.
Yes.
I just watched the highlights on ESPN because I was sleeping. So we land last night in Minneapolis, and I was a 48-minute delay to catch my nice little flight to South Bend, and Mama to have that nice 20-minute drive to the airport to come get me last night. We were an hour late. Plane's gone, but we'll help you rebook. So we're going to fly you to Detroit, and you can spend 14 hours. I have to spend the night in St. Paul and then fly to Detroit. Spend 13 hours in Detroit to fly back to South Bend. I was like, guys, can I just fly to Chicago or no anything that comes out? Oh yeah, we have one at 8:30. Nope. Got to the gate. I've given my account. I'm sorry, ma'am. But they booked me on your plane to go to Chicago. I've given my account, and you're not getting on my plane. Okay. Go back to the helpful people.
Yeah.
And we got a motel voucher. Okay, go standard ground transportation. In a hoodie sweatshirt. We got no winter clothes and -2-degree weather till about midnight before I gave up. Ground transportation wasn't coming. They showed up. There was just too many people that travel normally that were getting on the bus to go to the hotel, and us common folk. There was a poor man in his coveralls with his safety stripes and everything on. Might have been an oil field worker and his dear wife last night. They were stranded. They slept on a couch at the hotel, not even at the hotel, at the airport. The agents at the ticket counters give you a lie that you can't go back inside till after midnight because your flight's not leaving till tomorrow. Meanwhile, all the restaurants close.
Wow.
It just, wow, it is. I mean, I have never, in my years of going to airports and, you know, transferring trucks and doing stuff for people, been just put on a rail like that.
The
like
proverbial travel nightmare. Yep, that's I feel the pain, brother. I feel the pain.
I want to drive next time, you know. I would have drove home. I would have rented a car. I said, man, I wish if it would have been that bad, I would have tried to find a train.
For as many hours as you spent laying over here and laying over there, you probably could have damn near driven home as quicker. But all right, got to get to my news break here, though. I'm glad you made it home safe, Rubber Duck, in one piece. Our number, 844-844-3388. Clear lines on a Monday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Russia claims it's not planning to invade Ukraine, but with nearly 150,000 troops on the border with Ukraine, people are wondering what their plan is. Republican Senator from Iowa, Joni Ernst, tells ABC's This Week the Biden administration is not curbing Russia.
So far with this administration, we have seen a doctrine of appeasement, and that certainly is not going to deter President Putin and Russia from invading Ukraine.
Senator Chris Coons, a Democrat from Delaware, has this.
The very strongest sanctions, the sorts of sanctions that we use to bring Iran to the table, is something that we should hold out as a deterrent to prevent Putin from taking the last step of invading Ukraine.
Administration sources are confirming the State Department is now planning evacuations for diplomats. This is USA Radio News.
So here's the choice. Some people say the USA is finished. It's evil, a has-been, full of hate and injustice. The U.S. Constitution should be trashed and the Bill of Rights abolished. No free speech, no gun ownership. Competition and free markets are bad. We're all too stupid. For our own good, the government must own everything and know all your secrets.
Other people say that America has created the freest, richest, happiest, most generous society that has ever existed in the world. That's why millions of people are desperate to come here and escape their brutal lives in Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea, and 100 other countries.
In America, we have the right to succeed, the right to our own living, the right to have a family, the right to believe in God, the right to have our own ideas, the right to be safe and secure, and the right to be left alone.
Where do you stand? Help us save the Constitution and restore the American dream. Go to SaveMyFreedom.com.
Brought to you by the American Media Council.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code Steve Saves at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, good to have you on board here as we close out the weekend. Here comes Monday, 24th day of January. Let's see. Santa Claus says 10-4 on the Jubits there. It's my favorite truck stop. Nice one, huh? Hello to Dale. Morning from Daytona Beach, Florida. Clear and 42 this morning. Feels like zero, though. I've been in Florida 2.5 years, and I've already got thin blood. Everybody have a great, safe week out there. Yeah, I'm not really... haven't heard. Are we talking about cold getting down into citrus country there tonight, the frost issues? Maybe any damage to the orange juice and whatnot? Hello to the Rambler. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive Nation. Rambler checking in on, with everyone, just checking in. Had a great service over at Determined Ministries Church. The message was about bullying. Thanks to all who logged in and had church with us last night. Be safe, stay warm, God's children, and keep it tuned to the Overnight Drive to get all your news, weather. Yes, sir. Good to have you on board, Rambler. Probably going to be getting some rest tonight, right? All right, it is 844-844-3388. Hillbilly Tex, how the heck are you tonight?
I'm doing okie dokie, Steve. I got a little traffic report for everybody. World famous South Carolina monkey gouger back on the trail headed south, so everybody just heads up down through yonder. And,
look out! So we haven't heard from Monkey Gouge. Has he been at the home 20 since like first of the year or something?
Well, he was down there in the swamp a duck hunting, and then he had to go get him a new arm built over in Oklahoma. That took him about a week, and he come back and done some more duck hunting, and he pulled out yesterday evening. It just heads up, because that big blue goober wagon's southbound somewhere down through yonder.
All right. Well, maybe he'll check in tonight and give us an update, give us a full report.
All right. Well, tip and a hat to everybody later on.
Have a good night, and yeah, good to have you on board there, Hillbilly Tex. Thanks for checking in. You know, it almost sounded like it could have been something out of a Hollywood horror film. Something akin to, remember the movie Outbreak with Dustin Hoffman? And, some of these movies where the virus gets loose. No, we're not talking COVID. But the last of the escaped monkeys from the crash of a truck towing a trailer load of about 100 of the animals was accounted for finally late Saturday after the pickup collided with the dump truck on a Pennsylvania highway Friday. Now, several of those monkeys had escaped following the collision. According to state police, only one was still unaccounted for Saturday morning, which prompted the Pennsylvania Game Commission and other agencies to launch a full search amid the frigid weather conditions. Spokesperson for the Federal Centers for Disease Control and Prevention said in an email Saturday evening that all 100 of the, I don't even know how to pronounce them, Simongulus mac monkeys had been accounted for. 3 were dead after being euthanized, apparently. Now, they didn't elaborate on why the 3 were euthanized or how all came to be accounted for, but the email said those euthanized were done so humanely, according to the American Veterinary Medical Association guidelines. But the shipment of monkeys was en route to a CDC-approved quarantine facility. After arriving Friday morning at New York's Kennedy Airport from an Indian Ocean island nation. Now, the Atlanta-based CDC said the agency was providing technical assistance to the state police in Pennsylvania. The collision occurred Friday on a state highway near an I-80 exit in Pennsylvania's Montour County. The location of the quarantine facility and the type of research for which the monkeys were apparently destined was not clear, but these type of monkeys are often used in medical studies. There's a 2015 paper posted on the website of the National Center of Biotechnology Information referred to them as the most widely used primate in preclinical toxicology studies. Now, here was the concerning part, though. Police had urged people, don't be out looking to capture any monkeys. Troopers tweeting, anyone who sees or locates the monkey is asked not to approach, attempt to catch, or come in contact with the monkey. Please call 911 immediately. Trooper Lauren Lesher had said the concern was due to not being a domesticated animal and them being in an unknown territory. It's hard to tell how they would maybe react to a human approaching them. They did later say state police had secured the scene for the Pennsylvania Department of Health and the CDC. Drivers of the trucks were not harmed, and a passenger was transported to a medical center for some minor injuries. But one of the witnesses of the crash told the newspaper there that she spoke with the pickup driver and a passenger after the crash. The driver appeared to be somewhat disoriented, and the passenger thought he might have injured his legs, but there were crates that littered the road as troopers searched for monkeys, rifles in hand. Valley Township firefighters using thermal imaging trying to locate the animals. They brought in a helicopter as well. The pickup was headed west on I-80 when it got off at the Danville exit, then immediately tried to get back on, driving across the other lane. Now, this witness said that she was behind the pickup when it hit on the passenger side by the dump truck, tearing off the front panel of the trailer. sending more than a dozen crates tumbling out. She and several other motorists who stopped to help were standing there when another driver said he thought he saw a cat run across the road. She said, I peeked into a crate and it was a monkey. There was a small monkey looking back at me. She told other motorists, it's not cats, they're monkeys. I guess, the question is, will they tell us, what sort of research may have been ongoing with those monkeys headed to that quarantine facility? It's downright scary. But I guess all's well that ends well, since they've captured them all. Our number, 844-844-3388. Clear lines here on a Monday. Back to the old grind. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Of course, as we get deeper and deeper into January, and next week, February rolls around. Forecasters warn us winter's not going anywhere anytime soon. Big portion of the U.S. Is about to go into an extended deep freeze, potentially sending temperatures to the lowest levels we've seen in years. So looking at some of our old man winter, just how low does the temperature have to be for certain things, like your smartphone, for instance, or the road salt stops working. Let's start with the road salt. That's the staple for most winter maintenance de-icing programs. But at a specific temperature, it really becomes ineffective. Road salt works best when the sun's shining and temperatures are high relative to the season. Of course, at night when there's no sunlight and temperatures really drop, road salt oftentimes becomes ineffective in some situations. Now, if temperatures are in the 15 to 25 range, road salt may work pretty well. Once you get below about 15 degrees, it becomes nearly ineffective. It does no good. The chemical composition of plain road salt will not melt snow or ice once the temperature drops below 15. It's one of the many reasons that they mix other chemicals in a combination with road salt to melt the ice or snow after you get past that point. Some municipalities have started using the more expensive alternatives like brine or beet juice to keep the roads safe and ice-free when temperatures fall below 15. Now, roads in cities and towns that don't use this more effective alternative undoubtedly have a higher likelihood of freezing and ice formation. How about your vehicle batteries? Oh, yeah. Cold weather doesn't just affect how the roads are treated, it also affects how your car runs. While your typical internal combustion engine vehicle can see gas mileage drop by about 20% in cold weather, the extreme cold tends to have even a more pronounced effect on electric vehicles. Surprise, surprise. Study conducted by AAA found that electric vehicles' operating range drops by about 41% when the temperature drops below 20 and the heater's on. Now, I'm pretty sure if the temperature is below 20, you're going to have the heat on your vehicle, right? This means that for every 100 miles of combined urban and highway driving, the range at 20 degrees would be reduced by nearly 60 miles. As long as drivers understand there are limitations when operating electric vehicles in more extreme climates, you're less likely to be caught off guard by an unexpected drop in driving range, according to AAA. Again, cold weather can make the oil thicker, of course, in cars' engines, which will ultimately put an additional strain on the battery, which is already weakened in the cold weather. Don't forget the frigid weather can also result in low tire pressure, which can adversely impact traction, handling, tire durability, and gas mileage. How about your smartphone? Just like the battery life in your automobile, the battery life in your smartphone is affected by the cold. The temperature, high or low, can affect your smartphone's performance and specifically how your battery performs. Apple suggests keeping devices between 32 and 95 degrees Fahrenheit to ensure the battery life won't be shortened or turned off. Most smartphones and tablets, of course, use the lithium-ion batteries, which can be affected in the frigid environment. But the effects on a phone that the cold weather may have are usually just temporarily. Battery life will return to normal when you bring your device back to a higher ambient temperature. Apple's support page also noted that it's best to store your device at temperatures between 4 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit and 113 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, that's a broad range, right? That just about encompasses everything. Now, how about the railroads? Yeah, just like the cold weather can wreak havoc on roads and bridges, it can create multiple problems and challenges for railroads. Extreme cold can cause the steel rails to contract, which directly affects railroad operation. Once the temperature gets down below 20 degrees below 0, carbon steel can be a fracture under tension. Personnel at transit systems are designed to monitor all the rail networks and weather forecasts to ensure conditions on the track are safe for the trains. For the northern U.S. and Canada, rail steel is treated for much colder temperatures. Now, if it warms up from crazy low to moderately warm temperatures in a short period or vice versa, you can see some significant track damage from ground swelling, and that may delay mass shipping of items across the country. All right, let's get back to the calls here. Check in with the heat wave. What's happening, heat wave?
Good morning, Senor. Well, congratulations with the Cincinnati Bengals. Hell, who knows? We might have a part 3, and hopefully this time Cincinnati beats the 49ers. That would be a good story, wouldn't it?
Yeah, and it'd be a long time coming, that's for sure.
Good night. What in the hell? CHP's got their officers doing some kind of damn, I don't know what they're doing here. They're looks like they're looking for somebody here northbound on 15 in Barstow, just past the 58. So anybody traveling north here, just keep aware that they're looking for someone, probably a car that rolled over or something. And I don't even know what to do in this situation. Stay behind them or try to get around them. Anyways, well, yeah, that seen Santa Claus on over there by Cassiatic, or however the hell you pronounce that town.
Yeah.
That's where Magic Mountain is. Yeah, they're on 5, and I waved, and he flashed me. It's like, you're not supposed to flash people in public there. But anyways. Oh, Lordy. So, hey, Tex, if you're still listening, I think you might have been hacked on Facebook, because I got another friend request from you. And as far as I remembered, we were already friends on the Facebook, so you may want to have someone take a look-see at it. Yeah, I tell you what, this is a damn mess what they got going on there at the Ukraine. Why would you amass 100,000 troops on anyone's border unless that's what you were planning on doing? And, the lies and the deceit that any of those countries have, like Russia and China. Oh, we're not going to do that.
Right.
Yeah, well, I think that's what Hitler said whenever he got the Neville Chamberlain compromise. Oh no, we're not going to. Yeah, we'll take this. We won't invade that. Well, guess what they did? Guess what that all led up to? Another damn world war. I don't really want to have anything happen like that, but it seems like I mean, if you're going to be spending all that money to have them troops up there and support them and try to keep them, fed and watered and maintained with fuel and supplies, yeah, he's going to do something. And Biden, just him opening his mouth, is made the stupid damn statement. Well, a small incursion.
Yeah.
Well, I see you're at the top of the hour. Do you need me to hang on, or you don't want me to?
Yeah, it's we can take care of that. And a valid point is, I mean, I'm seeing that the rest of the world is watching, and when it comes to China and the whole Taiwan situation, Kim Jong-un, who's he's launched 4 or 5 different rocket launches already here in the new year. Iran, you don't think Iran, that they're all going to be emboldened. Yeah, by what they're witnessing, what they're viewing as a weak United States administration, which is very concerning. But yeah, we'll take care of our news update here. Close out hour number 1, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Russia claims it's not planning to invade Ukraine, but with nearly 150,000 troops on the border with Ukraine, people are wondering what their plan is. Republican Senator from Iowa, Joni Ernst, tells ABC's This Week the Biden administration is not curbing Russia.
So far with this administration, we have seen a doctrine of appeasement, and that certainly is not going to deter President Putin and Russia from invading Ukraine.
Senator Chris Coons, a Democrat from Delaware, has this.
The very strongest sanctions, the sorts of sanctions that we use to bring Iran to the table, is something that we should hold out as a deterrent to prevent Putin from taking the last step of invading Ukraine.
Administration sources are confirming the State Department is now planning evacuations for diplomats. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time. It's really fantastic. I'm pretty active sports-wise, and no muscle strains. I get up in the morning, like no stiff back, nothing. I never get sick. I mean, literally, never get sick. And if I feel like there's a little something coming on, I'll take like the mega dose. Next day it's gone. I mean, just my overall health is fantastic. And I plan on continue taking this because I'm convinced it absolutely contributes to your well-being, to your health, to keeping you healthy. Let your body do what it's supposed to do.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code USA.
A sheriff's corporal in Harris County, Texas, Charles Galloway, was shot and killed during a traffic stop in southwest Houston. The police department there is heading the investigation. Chief Troy Finner says the suspect, who is described as a Hispanic male, got out of his car and opened fire on the officers.
We believe, and witnesses said, it was an assault-type weapon.
This shooting is only one day after 2 New York City police officers were shot. One of them has succumbed to his injuries. Firefighters in California say they have about a 25% containment of a 1,500-acre wildfire burning in the Big Sur area. This has led to the evacuation of about 500 residents. CAL FIRE official Cecile Juliet says coastal regions are no longer safe from fires that happen in the winter.
Now our fires are extending all the way through December and then into January.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Australia, New Zealand, and Japan have delivered aid amid a shortage of drinking water in Tonga in the wake of a 4-foot tsunami after an underwater volcano exploded last week. The Australian aid also included medicine, cleanup equipment, and telecommunications infrastructure. On Saturday, planes carrying aid from New Zealand and Japan also touched down alongside the Australian flights. Fiji military personnel, consisting of engineers, medics, and other specialists, are teaming up with Australia to help with the rehabilitation and further assessment in Tonga. The UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs also confirmed that the economically vital agriculture sector suffered substantially, mostly due to the ashfall on the crops. A drug maker is making some predictions about the end of the pandemic.
The CEO of Pfizer saying COVID-19 will not be eradicated, at least not anytime soon. Speaking to Israeli News on Saturday, the CEO Albert Bourla said, "We should be able to come to normal lives again, but not for a few months, and there will continue to be anomalies with the Omicron variant, and he believes they'll be controllable through vaccines, but they'll always be with us." He says the best way to avoid being hospitalized with COVID is by getting that shot. For USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
right, welcome back on a Monday. Close out the weekend. Get the new week started here. Let me see. Meanwhile, there's a wildfire dubbed the Colorado Fire, burning in California. And numerous evacuations in several cities. Started late in the evening Friday, 7:15, 7:30, local time. Mandatory evacuations were issued. Evacuation advisories in effect along Highway 1. About 10 p.m., less than an hour later, Highway 1 was closed in both directions. Near the entrance to Andrew Malera State Park there in Big Sur, to Rio Road in Carmel, winds blowing 25 to 30 miles per hour. At the start of the fire, the fire was in an area they tell us difficult to access for crews and was burning west toward Highway 1. Numerous agencies, 13 different agencies fighting the blaze. The fire continued to spread late Friday night. Humidity levels stayed in the teens, but the National Weather Service noted that the heat signature on the satellite was decreasing as offshore winds began to ease up a bit. It was then reported winds had calmed to 20 to 25 miles per hour, but even the slightest wind gust could lift some of those embers into the air, continuing to spread the fire, fan the flames. Now, there were several residents in neighboring towns reported seeing the fire from their homes in coastal Southern California. By the midnight hours Saturday, the fire had burned over 1,500 acres, 0% contained. Officials actually going door to door to ensure evacuation orders were being followed. As of Saturday afternoon, it was 5% contained, and parts of the Pacific Coast Highway were still closed. This particular wildfire was occurring while Santa Ana winds were impacting Southern California. Of course, high wind warnings, wind advisories were in effect from the Sierra Nevada into Southern California on Saturday. Winds were supposed to ease up Sunday, but at times winds gusting over 80 miles per hour were reported below the Santa Ana Mountains and San Bernardino County mountains there. All right. Unfortunately for the residents of Big Sur, there is no precip in the forecast through early this week. You've got kind of a dry, stagnant pattern that's going to hold on out west there. With high pressure taking hold, winds are forecast to calm in the coming days. That should help firefighters to begin getting a handle on that blaze. But all right, meanwhile, let's get back to heat wave this morning. Yeah, thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you, Senor. Appreciate it. Yeah, we was coming down to Portland yesterday, going into Bloomington and there in Northern California. Yeah, the smell of smoke was pretty thick. I thought my co-driver was burning something up in the cab, and no, it was the woody smell of the smell of smoke. So, and I tell you what, this state just can't seem to catch a break with all the forest fires they've had in the past. You know, with the lightning strikes, with the drought, or the power lines coming down. But I think Governor Newsom had said, we're going to start cleaning up the forest, get some of this fuel out of there. And I think he's starting a little bit too damn late, but I guess better late than never. It's amazing that it takes, just multiple tragedies, kind of like the theft of the rail cars, before he actually gets up there and does anything. And that shouldn't be it. We shouldn't be reactive. We ought to be proactive. So, yeah, so I don't know. That, like we were saying, I'm afraid that Russia is going to do that because they spent way too much money just to go ahead and say, no, we're not, psych, that ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
They are. And with that idiot in charge saying, well, a little incursion. Well, he would know about little incursions because we got that going on our southern border. we're so damn concerned, or the Democrats are, about everyone else's sovereignty, well, except for this head. But, I mean, you know, they could give a rat's behind about us. When are they going to be considered concerned about us and our security? You know, we're talking about fentanyl. We're talking about other drugs coming over the border.
Yep.
So, you know, well, what needs to be done, what should be done, I should say, is we've got the Hellfire missiles. We've got the stealth bombers, the stealth aircraft that'll shoot them missiles. You know, we know where the cartel is. We know exactly where they are. And of course, a Mexican president is not going to say, well, yes, please help us in eradicating this evil. You know, we ought to just go ahead and say, you know what, we're doing it. Since you don't have the cojones to do so, we are going to do it for you. You know, and if there's a vacuum, then snuff out that vacuum of power before it comes back. And those monkeys that got out, the first thing I thought of was the news story was scrubbed clean. You just don't have 100 monkeys going to a CDC lab and think that there's nothing wrong with them. You know, they're obviously going to test them for something if they haven't already got the injection for whatever it is they're going to be exposed to.
Right.
But we still, you know, I don't know what you'd call that, those conspiracy theories, but I mean, that's going to be out there. And I think when Russia jumps, I think two things are going to happen. China is going to jump, and Iran is going to jump. I don't think North Korea is going to do anything. But those three powers, if you want to call Iran a power, I think they're going to jump. It's going to be boom, boom, boom. And, you know, we're going to be caught so damn flat-footed with the other two because we're so concerned about one. I believe it's going to be a mess. I believe it is. So, anyways, yep, headed for the Hacienda. Folks, if you got my number and you're coming around my way, give me a holler. I'll meet you at the Denny's there by the Walmart. And if you don't have my number and you'd like to say hey to me, go ahead and find someone that's got my number, and we'll just chat. We'll stop at the Denny's and we'll just grab a cup of coffee, and I'll be proud to show off my Camaro.
Okay.
Senor Steve, you have yourself a good night.
Thank
We'll
you,
talk to you
Heatwave. Yep, safe on your final journey to the Hacienda. Let's see, just got an email from Santa Claus. They're in Northern California. He said, Steve, I'm going to share a link with you. JB Hunt is advertising on terrestrial radio. They're looking for CDLA drivers with a minimum $96,000 per year, a full benefit package, and home daily, only requiring 3 months experience. Now, I know money's being thrown around looking for drivers, but $96K for JB Hunt with 3 months experience, all I can say is, wow. Now, yeah, here's the actual job listing from the JB Hunt website. A $3,000 relocation package available. JB Hunt has a relocation opportunity near Livermore, California for CDLA drivers. Drivers must relocate to within 75 miles of Livermore. Drive dedicated with JB Hunt and enjoy a consistent schedule and pay, on-site management, and regular deliveries to a single customer. Average projected at $96,000, weekly time off, online orientation through our direct-to-work program can limit on-site onboarding time. Eligibility for select health benefits begins after just 30 days of employment. 401k with company match. Paid time off accrual from day number 1. So, yeah, additional details. License type Class A. Full-time. Home time, 5 days on, 2 days off. Operating area, this local driving job operates within the states of California and Nevada. Experience level 3 months. Average yearly gross $96K. All right, published on January 24th, so just a few days ago. How about that? That's today, right? I guess this just popped up. Thank you, Santa Claus. Wow, the need for drivers out there. That's... Hello to the Red Mule. What's going on?
Well, Steve, I'm confused as usual. Does J.B. Hunt guarantee that wage for the next 3 years, or is that only for 3 months? What's going to happen when freight rates drop? I guess that's my question.
Yeah, right.
Because I can't believe that's going to hold up. But, J.B. Hunt knows more about it than I do, so maybe they think freight rates are going to stay high for a while. I don't know. So, hey, Steve, that heat wave, he is such a scoundrel. He just called in making a big deal about him getting, him flashing Santa Claus. I just passed that scoundrel in Barstow. Do you think he bothered to wave at me or flash his lights? No.
Nope.
No. I don't know. He claims to be my friend, and then he goes and does something like that to me. I don't know what we're going to do with him. So, hey, Steve, you talking there just a bit ago about Big Sur. Today, 3 years or so ago, they had a massive landslide out there and shut down Highway 1 somewhere. It's further south than that.
Yeah.
But did they ever get that reopened?
I believe they did. I'm pretty sure they did.
Okay, I hadn't heard anything about it. I made that trip one time in an RV, and that's one of those deals where you better be prepared to pull off every 10 miles or so and let all the traffic behind you, because you definitely get them backed up behind you in an RV going so slow. So, hey, Steve, did you catch this thing about John Deere and having to use genuine John Deere parts or the tractor won't run?
I did not. No, sir.
Well, why don't you Google that story if you can? Fox had it on the other night, and a plow person brought it up to me today, and we were talking about it. Apparently, if somebody like me that owns a John Deere tractor, I'm sure it won't apply to my old tractor, but I'm guessing the new ones that have the computer chip or whatever they've got on them, puts a part on that doesn't match up with the engine or whatever. I don't know if they got that, was a RFID identification or whatever on it. I just got the last of the story. But the tractor won't run unless a certified John Deere technician comes out and okays it. Now, if they get away with that, Steve, what's to prevent Peterbilt, Freightliner, and all these other clowns doing the same thing?
Valid point.
You find a story there?
I have it before me. Yes, I do. I guess they're being sued by a bunch of farmers out there for the right to repair, they're calling it.
I mean, you talk about a monopoly. I just downright, I don't know. It ain't right. So, Steve, you talking the other morning about us old people getting dementia, whether we noted it or not.
Yes.
Now, I don't claim my brain was ever sharp to begin with, so it doesn't take much to say I'm deteriorating. But a lot of people recognize that their brains ain't working as good, and some don't. And you got people like Joe Biden that man's been so dishonest for so long, even if he recognized it, he'd never admit it, even to himself. And I think that's the situation he's in. But I have these senior moments, Steve. And if you would tell me, if I repeat a story that I've told before on here, I'd appreciate it so I don't make a total fool out of myself. But I had one of those senior moments the other day. Well, let me tell you about one I had here a few months ago. I was out there in Lexington, Kentucky, and stop me if I've told you this before, Steve, but you know how beautiful it is. You know how beautiful in Lexington. I got out of Lexington and headed west on 64 there, and I looked and this four-wheeler pulls up alongside of me, and let's just say the female passenger, well, at least from the waist up, was all natural, and I got a good look, Steve, couple good looks, so I'm sure I don't think I was imagining things, but then later on you wonder, did I really see that? Well, now, the same thing happened to me Saturday morning, Steve. I'm at the home 20, and I'm out there, or down there in the basement riding my exercise bicycle, trying to get my heart rate up. And I don't know, I guess commercial come on or whatever, and I'm tuning around. I hit CNN, Steve.
Yeah.
And I don't spend a lot of time watching CNN. But this guy on there, Steve, what's his name? Narcomish or something like that?
Right. Yep.
He was touting something. So I'm sure Jeff Zucker wasn't paying attention, or he'd have fired him for this. But he was touting this book called Coming Apart that claims that the big division in America is a result of class and not a result of race. Now, Steve, I'm pretty sure I saw that, but it's one of those things where you say, was I having a senior moment? Did I really see that on CNN? So, I don't know. I ordered that book from Amazon. It's supposed to be here today or tomorrow, and I'll take a gander at it and see if it's as good as what that old boy said. But I couldn't believe I saw that. So, last comment, Steve. Now, I don't know which would be worse, hauling a truckload of monkeys down the road, or years ago I talked to an old boy about 2 o'clock in the morning. I think he said it was 15 cadavers in his box that he was taking to the University of Tennessee or something like that. I was kind of sleepy when I heard him say that, but I was awake right after that because I don't want to be hauling no cadavers down the road myself. So, anyhow, Steve, that's all I got for you this morning.
All right, good to hear from you, Red Mule. Thank you for checking in. We'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what are we looking at here? Hey, got the Grump coming up. We'll check in with Eagle just ahead. First, we got Pappy. Happy Monday. Is it back to work Monday for you?
Steve? It will be. Actually, tomorrow is my Monday. Steve.
Oh, okay.
But yes, I will be back. So I went ahead and tested myself again today. Came back negative. So I guess I'm good to go back to work.
Hallelujah.
Yes, sir. But Hey, yeah, I got a friend request from text, too. I tried reaching out to him via Messenger. He didn't respond back, but I knew Moose and Monkey Gouger talked to him via cell phone, and Monkey Gouger just gave me a thumbs up that I think he probably got a hold of him about it. So, Steve, I've been called a dinosaur before. You know I'm old. Let me tell you something. That Kansas City Buffalo game was it was the craziest football game I have ever watched in my life. It's something else, man. Absolutely unbelievable.
Well, see if I understood correctly. Buffalo had pretty much the game up by 3, and there was like 13 seconds left. Is that correct? And within 3 plays, Mahomes was able to get him within field goal range to tie it. 13 seconds.
Steve, that's not even the half of it.
Wow!
Listen to what I'm about ready to tell you. In the last 2 minutes of the game, right, 25 points were scored.
Wow.
Right before the 2-minute warning, Buffalo was up. Kansas City scored to take the lead. So with 2 minutes left in the game, Baltimore comes down, scores a touchdown, and takes the lead. Right?
Yeah.
Kansas City gets the ball back with less than 2 minutes on the clock. They come down and score a touchdown and take the lead. With I don't know, Steve, a minute something left on the clock, Buffalo comes back down and scores a touchdown to take the lead. And then they go for the 2-pointer and make it a 3-point game. They were up by 3 instead of 2.
Yeah.
After the kickoff, there was 13 seconds left in the game. Kansas City, I think they were on their 20, Steve. I think the kickoff went out of bounds. They're at their 20. They threw 2 or 3 passes and then kicked like a 48-yard field goal to tie it. I have never seen nothing like that before in my life. It was one hell of a game, man. Absolutely crazy.
Wow.
Hey, real quick, and I know you're at the bottom of the hour, you got to go, but I saw an interview with a journalist, Steve, and he said that business as usual over in Ukraine. He said the people over there just walk around nonchalantly like they're not expecting anything to happen, Steve. They're all going out to eat and doing, it's like business as normal, usual. So, if they were really expecting, now this was Friday or Saturday. I know things kind of heated up today, but I don't know. I don't know if anything's real intimate or not, but I guess we'll wait and see. But I'm sure something's probably going to happen here sometime soon. But all right, my man, have a good night.
All right, thank you. Good to hear from you. It sounds like I missed a real barn burner there. Buffalo versus Kansas City. All right, news break, and we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Russia claims it's not planning to invade Ukraine, but with nearly 150,000 troops on the border with Ukraine, people are wondering what their plan is. Republican Senator from Iowa, Joni Ernst, tells ABC's This Week the Biden administration is not curbing Russia.
So far with this administration, we have seen a doctrine of appeasement, and that certainly is not going to deter President Putin and Russia from invading Ukraine.
Senator Chris Coons, a Democrat from Delaware, has this.
The very strongest sanctions, the sorts of sanctions that we use to bring Iran to the table, is something that we should hold out as a deterrent to prevent Putin from taking the last step of invading Ukraine.
Administration sources are confirming the State Department is now planning evacuations for diplomats. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Boy, it's happening more and more, way too often out there. Road rage, people dying. Here's an incident that happened, it's just probably a mile and a half, 2 miles from my home 20. Yeah, Friday. It's what's basically a fender bender on the interstate, I-275, near Blue Rock Road. Yeah, someone pulls out a handgun and shoots the individual that they had their fender bender with, kills him. Road rage. Now, for the individual that pulled the gun out, you just pretty much, your life is definitely totally upside down. Is it worth it? Yeah, road rage, which just insane. I had the statistics. It's like several people are dying every week in those sort of incidents. Road rage out there. Have a general incident or somebody tries to merge, cuts you off on the highway, and people flip the bird and then pull it over here, buddy. It's boom. Let me see. Hello to the high pressure pumping checking in. Mr. Steve, it was great to hear the show Friday. I also thought you were off the whole time with the COVID. Yeah, come to find out it was a 1-week suspension from YouTube. About a month ago, I cut the cord of Facebook. I deleted my account, no longer use that. Yeah, looks like I may distance myself from some of these other social medias. Let's see. I'll be limiting my time on there. Yeah, I've downloaded the show's app. I'll be listening there. Keep up the good work. Yeah, maybe one of these days I'll call in again, but just so you know, every night I'm listening into the program as I'm rolling down the highway. Have a great day, Mr. Steve, and thank you. High pressure pumping, good to have you with us. Well, there's the grump, who I believe celebrated a birthday over the weekend while he was battling the COVID. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling better. I'll tell you, that stuff took the wind right out of my sail, brother. I've heard people call in, stuff about it. It's nothing more than a cold and all this other crap. But and I myself have bitched about the different, the shots and things like that. I've had the shots, but I'm raised hell about the mandates and the severity of it, and how we need to just continue on working and stuff, and kind of move it up. But I'll tell you what, man, that was one butt kicker, especially with the damn flu with it, and it slapped me around pretty good. But hell, I'm back on the mend. I'm mean as a snake, how it is.
So you had the double whammy they call the flurona, right? Because you tested positive for COVID, then I guess still feeling like hell. They did test you for, was it influenza A or B, or do you know what strain it was? Did they say, or?
I think she said it was A, is what I was damn, just so gooped up. But they called me back on it and said, do you want anything for the flu? And I said, hell, I ain't got the flu. She goes, oh, yes, you do.
Oh, boy.
And I said, really? She said, yeah. I said, you got COVID and the flu. And I said, oh, man. So, but it just knocked me flat on my butt. I bought a bag of damn balloons, because you really, especially, I'm 61 and it's not all that good on us older guys. So you really got to work your lungs and stuff. And I've always ran and, and worked out, walked, pretty good, that kind of thing. But I got a bag of balloons, and at night I'd blow up a damn balloon, 2 or 3 of them, just as hard as I could, and kind of, work my lungs and stuff like that. And I, got one of those oxy monitors, and I would wear it on my finger and stuff. And that was the biggest fear that they had with this COVID was, hey, we don't want it going into, double pneumonia or anything like that. And so, you need to monitor your oxygen levels and stuff like that. That's all right. So I kept doing that, doing breathing exercise, just breathing, in and out, this kind of thing, pretty deep breaths and stuff. And, I never did really develop that real bad cough. I think I kept my lungs fairly clear like that, and the oxygen levels, they never got below 94. They stayed, and they said if it drops below 90, you need to give us a call, and we're probably going to have to put you in a hospital. I said, well, I ain't going to no damn hospital. I said, you might put me in a grave, but you ain't going to put me in the hospital. I'm not going to monkey with that. They said, all right, hard head. They offered me the therapeutics, the monoclonal antibodies.
Mm-hmm.
He said, maybe you'll get a shot of this, get an IV. And I said, I'll be fine. Just leave me alone. I said, I'm just not going to deal with it. I said, I'm up walking every day, taking my little walks and breathing exercises and things that I'm doing on my own. And I never, once you get past those damn headaches and the aches and the pains in your muscles and your joints and stuff like that, like I said, I kept my lungs fairly clear. I wasn't, coughing a lot. I'm still not coughing a lot. And, I feel pretty good now, but, that stuff will knock you down. My wife she's still having problems. She spent a couple of days in the hospital and so I'll be home in the morning and, see how things go from there. But, she's been at it now for 3 weeks. So it's worked her over pretty hard, but it's a mess, man. I understand, how people, when they get it, they get, super sick with it. I mean, it's just, I've always considered myself, really healthy, for my age and everything. I'm in good shape. Like I said, I'm active, do my little, I used to do, run quite a bit until my joints and stuff got to bothering me. But, it's something I don't want again. This is the third round of this crap, and this was by far the worst. I mean, it just, jumped up and got me pretty hard. So. But anyway, you're talking about road rage. I've had, on a number of occasions, I've had, people come around in front of me, cut me off, and stuff. I don't give people a finger. I don't give a rat's ass. Hell, I got a better shot at winning the lottery than ever seeing that horse's ass again. So why get mad about it? That's just part of the job. But I have seen truck drivers out here try to run people down, cut over on them, just do completely stupid stuff when they should just be saying the hell with it. Let them go on down the road, cool off, and tomorrow's going to be fine. But it's you see more and more of it out here, and it's it's getting worse. And I left out this morning out of over by Chicago, and it was snowing so damn hard over there. And Lake Station around in there, they had about 6 inches of snow on the ground. They expected more. But Steve, I got to tell you, man, I'd like to know the demographics of some of these people that are, the trucks that are having the wrecks, because it's more and more you see more of these guys that look like they come from Somalia or look like they come from the Congo or somewhere like that, that's coming over here on a visa, which happens to be a big commodity right now. Visa drivers, they, things are moving fairly well, so they'll get these visa drivers over here. But you can't take people off the damn Serengeti that's never seen a bit of snow in their lives, stick a truck under them and have them out here making money. They just don't have the concept, number one, of what they're driving in. They don't have the experience to correct it. Coming out of Chicago today, I finally hit the shoulder of the road and went by everybody. I mean, they're just out there acting stupid, driving 20 mile an hour, cutting in and out of, other vehicles and things, and this was trucks, and 9 times out of 10, it's some company you never damn heard of, but I guarantee you that's the visa driver in there. They're springing up all over the place, and they're, they saying right now we got probably about 130,000 visa drivers here. And why, I don't know. I mean, it's just, I know freight is moving fairly decent at times, but, to bring that number of people over here in different locales to drive a truck is just beyond me, especially in the wintertime. It's you see more and more accidents. The people getting out of it have no clue what the hell they're doing.
Yep.
So I don't know. I went through the that John Lewis Voting Act pretty good. I was glad to see Sinema and Manchin stick by their guns and not change the filibuster on this. Did you read anything at all on that Voting Act?
I did not. I mean, it sounds like it was just pretty much pulled right out of what was originally the H.R. 1 and Senate Bill 1 when the Democrats first took over, trying to, nationalize the elections, mandatory mail-in ballots for everybody and those sort of things, more drop boxes.
Yeah, this thing, you have several different, like the states are in charge of their own elections. The elections, how they're ran and everything like that. But they wanted to have anything that you wanted to change on your election, every state. If you wanted to change something on the election, you had to go through the Justice Department first to get pre-approval. And part of that pre-approval meant that you went through a 3-judge panel, and they had to review everything and decide whether or not it would be a negative effect or have a negative effect on their protected class. And this was something that I kept looking at on this, and it went back over this protected class. They kept talking about the protected class of people, which was people of color. And it gave these people, it gave the protected class the right to sue if in any way they felt that they were disenfranchised during the election period. And you and me got to pick up the tab for these lawsuits while these people went through the federal government to sue. Now, we've always had, the states have always been fairly independent on their election rules and everything like this. But this nationalized stuff so much that you just, like on Indian reservations and things, it told what kind of machines they could have and how they could vote. They pretty much opened every damn thing up forever on your mail-in ballots, things like that. Just send it out under the census. They'll look at the census and they'll say, all right, we got, at one certain address here, we may have 6 people living in this home and 4 of them are of voting age. Well, then they'd send 4 ballots out to this damn location, through the mail, and you could fill them out, send them back in, no accountability whatsoever on them, or, put them in a drop box and they would be collected that way.
Yeah.
All right. It just, the balloting, harvesting and stuff like that. It was the biggest joke I've ever seen in my life on a piece of legislation that did nothing but just grab power away from the people, away from the states. And, it just, the more I read on it, I was like, you've got to be freaking kidding me. And they wanted to pass this crap. And you see people like Nick Saban out of Alabama, the coach of Alabama. This legislation has to go through, he was saying. This has to be passed for fairness in our elections. These dumbasses didn't have a clue what the hell they were talking about. They didn't read the legislation. I bet 2/3 of the people in Hollywood don't even know what the hell the name of it is, let alone read it. And then they're going to sit here and lecture us on the fairness of an election. This was nothing fair about it. And, it just, I don't know, man. The 14th Amendment was just basically pushed aside, and, due process or equal, the Equal Protection Clause, which has been around since 1866. I mean, the Equal Protection Clause is something that guarantees the rights of all people to be treated equally. And it's only affected through the states. All right. The federal government is null and void when it comes to the Equal Protection Clause, because they write laws and, the states have to implement them and this and that. But anyway, what this does is this Voting Rights Act it changes your status to a federal election. Therefore, I couldn't sue, you couldn't sue, but the protected class, it exempts them from it, and they would have been able to sue. It just, this is something that, the Republicans didn't hammer on enough. They didn't talk about it enough. Once in a while you'd hear this, this little mantra about, well, it overtakes the election laws and blah, 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 this and that. But they didn't explain exactly what it was. If these dumbasses would ever be more, clear, have a little more clarity in their fight against things, and don't present it like it's, I don't know, like it's, this big taboo. But if they would just point it out to the people that this is exactly what's in it, and your rights will be violated on it. You know, if you're just the average pasty-faced white person, you know, you don't stand a damn chance. And I can't believe that from the 1965 Voting Rights Act or Civil Rights Act, you know, where all the voting legislation and everything was included in that they just want to cast everything aside and change it over to this garbage that was dreamed up by Leahy and a couple other idiots. But they were, you know, they had so many co-authors to this. You know what a co-author is. It's just somebody that signs their damn name to it, endorsing it. And it, you know, Steve, it was sickening. I mean, just to read it, I was like, God, what the hell's going on with this? You know, is this where our country's going?
Yep.
Seriously?
It is.
I
Yep.
mean, it just, you know, they want to take away it.
Well, and I don't think they're done with it yet. I mean, they're planning on coming back and, you know, trying to set Joe Manchin down and, you know, try once again. Got to convince him to come on board. Did you hear what they did to Christian Cinema? We hear about the whole thing like, you know, they'll turn on their own. Let's see. Arizona Democrat Party Executive Board voting over the weekend to censure Kristen Sinema. While we take no pleasure in this announcement, the ADP Executive Board, Arizona Democratic Party that is, has decided to formally censure Senator Sinema as a result of her failure to do whatever it takes to ensure the health of our democracy. You gotta be kidding. Sinema is growing increasingly isolated from some of her party's most influential officials, and donors are playing a key role in scuttling voting rights legislation that many Democrats consider essential to preserving democracy. Yeah, the vote is a symbolic condemnation of the woman who just 3 years ago brought the party an Arizona Senate seat for the first time in a generation. Donors, they say, are now threatening to walk away. Several groups are already collecting money for an eventual primary challenge to Sinema. Even though she's not on the ballot again till 2024, young activists are holding a second hunger strike to draw attention to her vote. Wow. So, I mean, yeah, turning on their own. You better walk the party line, toe the party line, vote the party line, or they will turn on you. Never mind any independent thought, personal, listening to your constituents. That's what they're hired to do. And all right, right there, quick 2-minute timeout. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Let me see. Santa Claus sends me a link from KCRA, a local station there, which says the Los Angeles Rams 27-24 overtime loss to the 49ers in early January was embarrassing for the home team for a number of reasons, including that Niners fans were heavily represented at SoFi Stadium. The large presence of scarlet and gold in the stands caught the Rams coach by surprise, he said afterwards. Rams quarterback even had to go to a silent count, a tactic usually employed by the road team to continue calling plays in a rowdy stadium. Well, here we are a few weeks later. The 49ers have secured a surprising spot in the NFC Championship game, and the Rams, looking ahead to a rematch, are trying to shut down the possibility of another influx of 49ers faithful. As the Athletic Dave Lombardi clocked, even before their 30-27 divisional round victory over the Buccaneers, the Rams were already preparing to sell NFC title game tickets with the caveat that they will be restricted to residents of the greater Los Angeles region. The Rams warning notes anyone whose credit card has a zip code outside of that region will immediately have their ticket purchase canceled. Now, that would not stop Niners fans from buying tickets on the secondary market, of course, but it would surely have a tangible effect on avoiding what previously felt like a neutral game site, if not a 49ers home game. Now, the fact that the Rams were already thinking ahead to the following week and worried about fan turnout at home, just a reminder they've only been back in Los Angeles since 2016, and despite a fancy-schmancy new stadium, they are clearly behind the likes of the Lakers and the Dodgers as far as the city's pro sports teams' pecking order goes. But interesting, thinking ahead, that I'd hate to have your home field advantage negated by so many 49ers fans in the stands. So trying to prevent a repeat of that. News update here as we close out hour number 2. Get back to your calls ahead. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Russia claims it's not planning to invade Ukraine, but with nearly 150,000 troops on the border with Ukraine, people are wondering what their plan is. Republican Senator from Iowa, Joni Ernst, tells ABC's This Week the Biden administration is not curbing Russia.
So far with this administration, we have seen a doctrine of appeasement, and that certainly is not going to deter President Putin and Russia from invading Ukraine.
Senator Chris Coons, a Democrat from Delaware, has this.
The very strongest sanctions, the sorts of sanctions that we use to bring Iran to the table, is something that we should hold out as a deterrent to prevent Putin from taking the last step of invading Ukraine.
Administration sources are confirming the State Department is now planning evacuations for diplomats. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule. changing the world one life at a time.
It's really fantastic. I'm pretty active sports-wise, and no muscle strains. I get up in the morning, no stiff back, nothing. I never get sick. I mean, literally, never get sick. And if I feel like there's a little something coming on, I'll take the mega dose. Next day it's gone. I mean, just my overall health is fantastic. And I plan on continue taking this because I'm convinced that it absolutely contributes to your well-being, to your health, to keeping you healthy. Let your body do what it's supposed to do.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code USA.
A sheriff's corporal in Harris County, Texas, Charles Galloway, was shot and killed during a traffic stop in southwest Houston. The police department there is heading the investigation. Chief Troy Finner says the suspect, who is described as a Hispanic male, got out of his car and opened fire on the officers.
We believe, and witnesses said, it was an assault-type weapon.
This shooting is only one day after 2 New York City police officers were shot. One of them has succumbed to his injuries. Firefighters in California say they have about a 25% containment of a 1,500-acre wildfire burning in the Big Sur area. This has led to the evacuation of about 500 residents. CAL FIRE official Cecile Juliet says coastal regions are no longer safe from fires that happen in the winter.
Now our fires are extending all the way through December and then into January.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Australia, New Zealand, and Japan have delivered aid amid a shortage of drinking water in Tonga in the wake of a 4-foot tsunami after an underwater volcano exploded last week. The Australian aid also included medicine, cleanup equipment, and telecommunications infrastructure. On Saturday, planes carrying aid from New Zealand and Japan also touched down alongside the Australian flights. Fiji military personnel, consisting of engineers, medics, and other specialists, are teaming up with Australia to help with the rehabilitation and further assessment in Tonga. The UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs also confirmed that the economically vital agriculture sector suffered substantially, mostly due to the ashfall on the crops. A drug maker is making some predictions about the end of the pandemic.
The CEO of Pfizer saying COVID-19 will not be eradicated, at least not anytime soon. Speaking to Israeli News on Saturday, the CEO Albert Bourla said, "We should be able to come to normal lives again, but not for a few months, and there will continue to be anomalies with the Omicron variant, and he believes they'll be controllable through vaccines, but they'll always be with us." He says the best way to avoid being hospitalized with COVID is by getting that shot. For USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
some of our industry headlines here. Terry was on hold a bit ago. I guess he had to drop off, so he followed it up with an email. Terry from Canada, that is. And let me see. He said, I crossed the U.S. into the U.S. at Detroit yesterday at about 1,700 hours. Now, they introduced their vaccine mandate on Saturday per federal mandate. Anyways, when I was at the booth clearing my load, I was not asked my vaccination status and sent on my way. Now, there was one driver said on the CB that he was verbally asked if he was vaccinated, to which he replied yes, but was not asked to show any physical proof. We were also delayed by protesters going into Windsor, doing slow rolls, drawing attention to the mandate on Canadian truck drivers, saying they're infringing on our personal freedoms. It took us an average about 2.5 hours to reach the border because of this disruption. Now, they've also started a convoy which will be gathering more trucks as it goes along from British Columbia, heading to Ottawa, our nation's capital, for this upcoming weekend. Now, they had a GoFundMe that was set up to finance the drivers on their journey across the country. I don't believe anything will come of this, but I guess we'll give them an A for effort. You know, and with that, Terry, I'm going to pull up, I believe, somehow, and again, I've got to pull the story up. I saw something along a headline where Trudeau was trying to block any sort of a GoFundMe from being able to go toward that. I don't know how he could do that, but all right, again, I'll pull up the rest of the story there. Meanwhile, let's get to Eagle first there. He's been hanging in there for a while, and he's been in and out of shell. Hello, Eagle. Happy Monday.
Okay, yeah, how you doing? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What's going on this morning, Eagle?
Okay, yeah, I'm in a kind of bad location. Hopefully the telephone won't hang up while I'm talking. See what happens. But yeah, hey, I wanted to ask you something, Steve, before I get started. On the you said something about you got a telephone app if they decide to take you off of YouTube again. What you have to download? How do you download this app? What do you have to look for to download this app?
All right, whichever. If you've got an iPhone, you go to whatever it is, the App Store. If you've got the Android phone, you go to the Google Play. You type in overnightdriveradio.com, all one word, overnightdriveradio.com. It's a free download, and then you'll have that little icon on your screen, and every night when we come on live, you'll get your phone will give you a ding, a notification. You just push one button and you can listen.
Okay, then, yeah, because like I say, I thought I like the other caller. I talked to you last Thursday, but I thought you were sick with the coronavirus because you had said your wife was sick, so I figured you was out of business for a couple of days with the virus. I'm surprised you didn't catch the virus, though, if you was in the same house.
No, I did.
With your wife and
I did catch it, Eagle. I was out, what was it? I think it was Wednesday morning. We had our 1-year anniversary show on the 11th, and I was out the 12th and the 13th. I did come back on that Friday, the 14th, and we were here all last week. But yeah, I was only out 2 nights with COVID. I was pretty sick a couple days, and after that, I just had I guess you'd describe it as typical cold. The runny nose, the sinus, that kind of stuff. But for about 2 days, I thought I was dying.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, like I say, I know you still haven't been vaccinated. I haven't been vaccinated either. So, I'm hoping. I've been lucky so far. Like I say, I haven't caught this stuff, but I try to stay away from people if I see them coughing and sneezing and other stuff. I'm trying to stay away from people as much as I possibly can, especially during this time of year. It's actually cold down here in Texas. We were talking about that the other day. It actually, down here where I live at, it actually got some sleet, a little bit of sleet. where I'm at. So, yeah, it even got cold out here, you know, because when I was watching the Green Bay Packers game last night, it was like a freezer up there in Green Bay.
Oh, yeah.
0 degrees during the game. So, yeah, the cold weather, you know, we waited a long time. You know, December was, you know, a lot. I remember I talked to you a couple of weeks ago, and there wasn't too many people with a white Christmas on December, but they making up for it. January has been a whole lot different from December. In the U.S., it's still cold in locations all over the U.S. right now. So, you know, people that thought we was going to not have a winter, they thought wrong. It looked like, because we definitely getting caught up this month. That's for sure. So, but yeah, I want to say one thing before I get started on what I want to talk about, Steve. You know, I told you I used to live in Cincinnati a long time ago when I was a kid, and I know Cincinnati don't really have that bright of a past in football, but they finally got a good football team, and you know, hopefully they can take it all the way to the Super Bowl. You know, they got 3 good players. You know, they got a good running back, good quarterback, and a couple of good wide receivers. So, and defense is playing pretty good football. So hopefully the Cincinnati Bengals, I think they can give Kansas City a good game next week, and maybe they can make it to the Super Bowl and finally win a championship for the city of Cincinnati. That'd be good, because it's been a long time since Cincinnati has, you know, had a champion. You know,
long time.
Yeah, they ain't never had a champion, to be honest with you. But yeah, it'd be good if Cincinnati can pull it off. You know, because like I say, Kansas City. You know, I don't like the rule. You know, a lot of people, I think they should have changed the rule a long time ago, Steve. You know, I watched the Kansas City game today with Buffalo, and I think that if you play a full game, each team deserves to have a chance to do something in overtime. It shouldn't end like that. Buffalo played a good game, you know, and they, you know, just because you lose the coin flip you shouldn't lose the football game just because the team goes down the field and score a touchdown. You should be allowed to put your team on the field at least one time to see what they can do. Games shouldn't end like that. You know, they've been talking about changing that rule. They did it in college. They play overtime. If the team scores, then the other team gets the ball. If they can do it in college, they can do it in the pros too. Yeah. Nobody needs to have their season. Nobody needs to have their season ended the way Buffalo had. They should have had an opportunity to get the ball and score a touchdown, as far as I'm concerned. But hopefully the NFL will make the right move and make that choice. And I nothing is because I know it's true. The NFL, like I told you, you know, the NFL, like I say, I'm still not a big fan of the NFL, you know, going all the way back to what Colin Kaepernick done. But the NFL is a bunch of phonies, and that goes for the commissioner, Roger Goodell. You know, they claim that they were so concerned about the coronavirus, Steve. They was about a month or two ago, they were suspending ball players left and right for testing positive for the coronavirus. But it's just like I figured, I just kept it to myself. But just like I figured, ain't it kind of funny that nobody tested positive for coronavirus during the playoffs? Because they didn't want the big name stars such as Aaron Rodgers, Pat Mahomes, and the quarterback for the Bengals. They didn't want these guys tested. I guarantee you there were guys on the field today and yesterday playing that were positive for coronavirus. But the NFL, all of a sudden, they get rid of their testing policies come playoff time because it's money and concern, and they'll do the same thing come Super Bowl. Well, what a coincidence. Nobody in the Super Bowl, none of the players in the Super Bowl week is going to test positive for coronavirus. What a surprise. So, like I said, the NFL is a bunch of fun. Rules can be made. Rules, you see that. We've been seeing this all through this coronavirus thing. Rules are being made and changed on a daily basis. And like I said, I'm not, you know, because like I told you the other night when I talked to you, I think I know why YouTube took you off. And like I said, Steve, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna go into detail. I'm just gonna tell you, like my grandfather told me a long time ago, if you ain't got nothing to hide, you wouldn't care if somebody said something about it. So apparently they got something to hide. If they don't want people to talk about the coronavirus and this different remedies, this and that, they got something to hide. Simple as that. And that's it. And if you, I'm gonna let your listeners figure it out for themselves. Now, let me move on to this other situation, Steve. Because I said this a long time ago, and we talked about this time after time, and it really is a joke as far as I'm concerned, and that concerns the police around the United States of America. over the weekend, we had two other police officers in New York City get gunned down.
Yes, I haven't touched on that yet, but I had an officer in Houston killed, had the 2 shot, 1 dead there in New York. It's insanity out there. The police being shot.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Steve. I told you this. It all started, with this so-called these woke people that say, that they don't want the police. They want the police off the street, and now the police are basically defenseless. They got their hands tied behind their back, and now you got people that's not afraid of the police. They'll walk up. These cops weren't bothering anybody. This cop in New York was sitting in his car minding his own business, and he got ambushed by somebody, walked up to him and shot him. And it makes absolutely no sense. Like I said, back when I grew up, back in the 70s, when I was a kid, people respected the law. I know you got a couple of listeners that are police officers, the guy up there in Cincinnati, Pappy, and some other people. It makes absolutely no sense for people to just walk up to a police officer and shoot him, Steve. But that's what's going to happen to America now. They took the respect away from police officers. They're telling you that the police officer is the bad guy. They turn the thing all the way around, Steve. Instead of the bad guy being the bad guy, the police is the bad guy, and it's a real bad mistake that they're making, because they're making the streets of America unsafe. You talked about it, what goes on out there in California. People can just walk into a store, bust into a jewelry store, and take what the hell they want, and want nobody to stop them. Crime is out of control all over America and in cities, and it's because the people know. And now even, Steve, can you believe this now, Steve? They even saying now that they're going to release these people early, because they saying that for certain crimes on the street that need to be behind bars. That's how stupid these people are. That's how messed up the system has gone in America. And like I said, it all starts right at the top with this guy that you got sitting in the White House that calls himself the president. It all stems right back down to him, and it's watering his way right through the United States. And like I said, the USA is going to be a wild, wild west. You were talking, Grunt was talking about people pulling out guns when, over a simple traffic off to a red light, and the guy pull up beside you and
Yep.
in her car, shot somebody.
And Eagle, I don't know if he's moving or not, but yeah, he had lost his cell. You're kind of breaking up there, but hey, thank you so much for checking in this morning, Eagle. And he's right about the law enforcement, the lives lost over the weekend. You may have not even caught, because this was early Sunday. An officer died after a driver fired multiple shots at him during that early morning traffic stop and then took off. This was in Texas. Harris County Precinct 5 Constable Ted Heap identified the fallen deputy as Corporal Charles Galloway, 47 years old. Houston police will handle the investigation. The chief said witnesses saw a man get out of his vehicle, fire multiple shots at the deputy, then drive away. Yeah, Chief Finner said it is senseless, makes no sense whatsoever. He said Galloway had no time to respond or defend himself. Now, at that point, the suspect was not in custody. Finner said to the gunman, the best thing you can do is turn yourself in. But Galloway had been with the constable's office for about 12 and a half years. He had mentored and trained numerous young officers who the chief obviously are very broken up over his death. He was the one who was sitting in the front seat with them. He was the one who was teaching them what to do, how to get home safely to their families. And here we are this evening with the roles reversed. Galloway is survived by a daughter and a sister, apparently, according to the chief there. Then it was a young 22-year-old officer there in New York City, shot to death, responding to a call from a Harlem apartment from an immigrant family. And yeah, we'll give you more on that story coming up here. First, a quick 2-minute timeout, and we return on a Monday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Yeah, the fact that the 22-year-old officer there in New York City gunned down was from an immigrant family there in New York. He grew up in a community where he said, he identified with the strained police relations. So he actually joined the force to make a difference in what he called this chaotic city. He once wrote, I know that something as small as helping a tourist with directions or helping a couple resolve an issue will put a smile on someone's face. He wrote that to his commanding officer in 2020 when he was a probationary police officer. He and another officer shot Friday night while they were answering a call about an argument between a woman and her adult son. Mora was critically wounded, fighting for his life. That's the other officer. The man police say shot them was also critically wounded and hospitalized. That's a 47-year-old LaShawn McNeil. But just the latest, I believe that's 4 officers shot in 4 days in New York. It's insanity. This is just the latest in a string of crimes. You had a 19-year-old cashier shot to death as she was working the late-night shift at a Burger King. The woman that was pushed to her death in a subway station. A baby that was critically injured, hit by a stray bullet as she sat in a parked car with her mother. With that shooting Friday night, 4 officers shot in as many days. But this officer joined the force November of 2020, growing up in Manhattan's Inwood neighborhood. He noticed tensions with police, according to a brief essay which was entitled, Why I Became a Police Officer. I remember one day when I witnessed my brother being stopped and frisked, I asked myself, why are we being pulled over if we're in a taxi? My perspective on police and the way they police really bothered me. Eventually, I noticed the department was working to improve relationships, and I wanted to be a part of that. All right, police said the gun used in Friday night's shooting was a .45 caliber Glock with a high-capacity magazine capable of holding up to 40 extra rounds, which had been stolen in Baltimore in 2017. Wow. All right, hello to Billy the Kid, checking in this morning, this Monday. Just wanted to say hello. I'm heading up to Jackson, Michigan tonight. Road's not too bad. Some of the bridges a little bit sketchy, but yeah, looking forward to the show. Thank you much, Billy the Kid. Good to have you with us. And let's see, one last email from the Dipsy driver. Said, as far as the Super Bowl, I'd really like to see the Bengals and the Rams in the next Super Bowl. I believe that'd be one of the best games ever. Now, growing up in Detroit, Matthew Stafford didn't have enough support while with the Lions. Whenever I was working in Sharonville, I always listened to the Bengals. Anyway, just chime in and have a great week. Love listening to you and the callers. Can't wait to start listening into the Tigers and Reds games, which, by the way, would mean warmer weather's on the way. Have a great week. Love the show. All right. Obviously a Detroit fan there. And with that, our number 844-844-3388. We'll get to Knucklebuster on the line this Monday. Looks like, Extreme Weather Chaser Propane 1 is on board there in the Northeast. And from the industry headlines, the rest of the story coming up. Apparently, there's kind of like a rumor out there around the country. Truck drivers raising concerns about what they think is cameras inside some of the Love's Travel Stops restrooms. Is the truck stop chain really installing cameras in the restrooms? Well, I won't make you hold off for the answer. Love says no, that is not the case. We'll break it down, what you're actually seeing in those restrooms. All right, coming up after this news break, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Russia claims it's not planning to invade Ukraine, but with nearly 150,000 troops on the border with Ukraine, people are wondering what their plan is. Republican Senator from Iowa, Joni Ernst, tells ABC's This Week the Biden administration is not curbing Russia.
So far with this administration, we have seen a doctrine of appeasement, and that certainly is not going to deter President Putin and Russia from invading Ukraine.
Senator Chris Coons, a Democrat from Delaware, has this.
The very strongest sanctions, the sorts of sanctions that we use to bring Iran to the table, is something that we should hold out as a deterrent to prevent Putin from taking the last step of invading Ukraine.
Administration sources are confirming the State Department is now planning evacuations for diplomats. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So apparently several people said, hey, looks like, is that a camera? You don't put cameras in the restroom. There was a post on social media shows a photo of what looks like a camera in a Love's Travel Stops women's restroom in New Florence, Missouri. And truckers mentioned how they've seen them at other locations. While some point out the device is not a camera, others weren't so sure. So what's in that camera-looking thing? Landline reached out to the company to get the answer. According to a Love's Travel Stop spokesperson, the device is a motion sensor with no video element. It's used to track how many people are going in and out of the restrooms. Store employees use that for cleaning purposes. Specifically, it's a Feedback Now manufactured by Forrester. Truckers have probably noticed the smiley face box in the restrooms as well. That allows customers at the Love's Travel Stops to know how the company's doing with keeping its bathrooms clean. It's all part of the Forrester's Feedback Now system. The device is only detecting how many people are coming in and out of the restroom. Now, a spokesperson for Forrester confirming that, yes, the device in the photo is one of the people counters they offer. That particular model's no longer on the market. Forrester also confirmed that Love's Travel Stops is one of their clients. The newest Feedback Now stereo optic people counter is much less conspicuous, they say. Yeah, maybe as a result of the pandemic, there appears to be a large people counter market. Several companies have various devices to track how many people are in a room without invading privacy. Some of these companies market their devices as a way to kind of maintain social distancing before entering a room. But Love said we use the device so we can have a more efficient cleaning schedule. Restroom traffic can be unpredictable. Using a schedule may result in maintenance staff cleaning a restroom that does not need cleaning, or the flip side of the coin, an unusual high volume of traffic could leave a restroom filthy way before the scheduled cleaning time. So this device lets the staff know when a good time to clean is based on traffic rather than time. So the bottom line, Love's is not peeping in the restrooms with cameras. Urban legend. False. There you go. All right, back to the phones we go here on a Monday morning at 844-844-3388. Knucklebuster, what's happening this Monday morning, Knucklebuster?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. That sounds like a bunch of baloney to me there.
Yes, sir.
Could be a camera, could be a counter. You never know there. They wouldn't be the first one caught putting cameras in the bathroom there. Well, I want to congratulate Mr. Joe Burrow on doing a fantastic job of beating them Tennessee Oilers there. I knew they was going to do it there, but it was a pretty close game, right?
It was, yes.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what surprised me was, well, I don't know, maybe it didn't really surprise me all that bad there, but Tom Brady and Tampa Bay getting beat like that, which, I mean, the only points they scored in the second half was the field goal that won the game there. So, and Tom Brady brought them all the way back to tie them up there. So, if he decides to retire, he's still going out on top.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like, Brett Favre did. Brett Favre, he won some games and then he couldn't win no more. So, I don't know. But anyway, I probably won't watch no more football because I ain't found nobody I really wanted to watch here. I'm a player guy, not a team guy there, right?
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe Joe Burrow will spark some interest in me and watching him, right? But that's anything's possible. I'll tell you what really surprised me was the bad refereeing in all them games there, man. I mean, the refs have been missing some bad calls lately. I think who was it? Von Miller that done a crown of the helmet right into Tom Brady's chin, and they didn't call it. And when Brady complained, they flagged him for unsportsmanlike conduct. That's seems like you ought to be able to throw a challenge flag on all that, right?
You'd think, yeah. Take a look, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, the real winners is always them Vegas bookies. I can tell you that. I've already told you that more than once there. So, let me tell you what Tennessee done to me earlier than that. So, she went to sleep on me right in the middle of a phone call with her.
Oh, boy.
I said, man, I didn't know I was that boring. So anyway, well, that's all of my old bull. That's all of my old bull on it for right now. Y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret product. Don't forget to put Overnight Drive code in the box at checkout. Buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive product, baseball cap, travel mugs, T-shirts, and we'll talk to you later on, Mr. Steve Sommers.
All right, glad sounds like your voice is sounded a little stronger, feeling a little better there. It's about 18 before the hour. And again, it's 844-844-3388. Video of a truck driver, I guess. You know, if you've been out there long enough, right, you've seen a lot of things. Just like Pappy was discussing in law enforcement, that you get kind of numb to seeing certain things. And in this case, caught on the video, the truck driver rolling down the interstate, the dash cam, recording what was happening outside the truck and his voice inside the truck. In the clip, the driver first notices a truck in the ditch on the opposite side of the highway. Then the cars driving beside him start acting up, and there's a moment of chaos ensuing right outside his cab. A car passes the truck and then seemingly slows down, causing the speeding car behind it to hit the brakes. That second car then spins around, skids across the road before making another car spin that actually comes to a stop right in front of the truck. To the entire chain of events, he seemed almost entirely unfazed. You kind of hear his voice saying, well, I'll be darned, holy crap. He was able to stop before he hit the car that spun out right in front of him, but it's like, oh, well, just another day out here on the interstate. Then the story out of Texas, a truck driver said he was forced to smuggle migrants through the border at gunpoint. The truck in question arrived at the border checkpoint along I-35 in Laredo. According to LMT Online, a K-9 unit alerted to the possible presence of contraband during the routine inspection. Agents instructed the driver, Montague Fitzgerald Barnes, to stay for a secondary inspection. Agents say Barnes disregarded those instructions and instead drove through the X-ray machine and actually struck a Border Patrol unit. Now, despite the quick pass-through, the X-ray machine automatically scanned the rig and detected 3 anomalies in the sleeper area of the cab. Agents were able to find 3 migrants hiding in the sleeper. When questioned, Barnes told agents he had been at a local store in Laredo when he met a woman. He claims the woman lured him outside where 2 men were waiting with guns. Barnes stated they got into a vehicle and the 2 unknown men with a gun to his head instructed him to push these 3 subjects through the checkpoint. Now, that, according to the affidavit, Barnes has now been arrested and charged with transport, attempt to transport, and conspiring to transport illegals, the migrants. I don't know if they're just not believing his story or what the case might be, but all right, extreme weather chaser, Propane One on board. Happy Monday. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Oh, that's extreme rally chaser, Propane One here. Did you see the big rally yesterday there in Washington, D.C.?
That was did you happen to catch that? 35,000 people angry about the mandates, correct?
Yes, yes. And they had all the big doctors, you know, the inventor of the vaccination. They had all the big names there. So I happened to see it there. I couldn't find it on the television anywhere, but I didn't even realize it was going on. But I come across it there on the TikTok. There were people doing TikTok lives there, and so I just happened to be scrolling through and came across it. And I'm like, well, I really wish I knew that was going on. I might have gone down there to support that. But yeah, I didn't know if you could look in and see what the participants of the speakers were there. Maybe you'd come up with some of the names and that of them. But so that deal there with the driver that had the video of the accident happening there, the people slowing down and spinning out and causing other people to spin out. That's just normal daily routine on the Washington D.C. Beltway down there. That happens all the time. That's nothing out of the ordinary. So I don't know. Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy driving going on here, especially on this 95 corridor. There's all kinds of crazy stuff. But I don't know what else can you do? I mean, you can't do anything to make them do any different. And as long as you aren't involved with them, that's about all you can say is, wow, look at them crash. Maybe they deserve it. Maybe they don't. I don't know. But I know there's a bunch of them that are always racing. There'll be on either the Baltimore Beltway or the DC Beltway, there'll be 8 or 10 of them that go by in a group that are doing well in excess of 70 to 80 mile an hour, I'd say, because I'm doing 60, and I mean, it's just, you see them coming and they go by and you see their taillights and they're gone. So it's that fast that they all run by, and it's pretty much a regular occurrence overnight. But so do you think the monkey that got loose out there in Dansville, Pennsylvania, do you think that possibly could have been John? Was John spotted in Dansville?
Yeah, I don't think they're not. John would not find himself being used in a research setting for clinical trials. No.
Okay, well, I didn't know if John might have been driving the pickup there and got them all broke out and was taking them to go somewhere to live a nice, comfortable life somewhere and get out of the captivity of the research department. But anyways, he's a crazy monkey. You just never know what he might do.
That's true.
And my condolences to Knucklebuster there. I know today's a sad day for him, and I did happen to tune into that game. I was looking for the news there at 6 o'clock, and I turn on the TV, and of course the picture doesn't come on as fast as the sound does. So here, Al Michaels and Chris Collinworth on there. And I'm like, what are they doing on here? It's after 6 o'clock. So they had the game there, and it was like 5 minutes left, and the Rams, they got a 14-point lead there. It was what, like 27-13, 5 minutes to go. And I said to the wife, I said, well, looks like Tom Brady might not make it to the Super Bowl this year. And it was, I don't know, a minute and a half later, the Rams had the ball, and they had to punt, and the Bucs have the ball, and about a minute and a half later, hey, there's Tom Brady throwing a touchdown pass. I said, well, I guess he might be going to the Super Bowl now. So my wife's like, no, there's no way. They still need another touchdown and more to win. And I said, you just hang on, because you never know what's going to happen here, because if the Rams do something crazy and cough up the ball or get stopped quick and have to punt. I said, Tom Brady don't need a lot of time to score one more touchdown. So it wasn't two or three plays after that kickoff to the Rams that the Rams coughed up the ball, and they're set the Bucs on the 30-yard line with the ball. So they get down there and they get kind of stopped there, fourth and, I don't know, it wasn't fourth and goal, but it was fourth within 10 yards of the goal. And they got the good end around on the run. Everybody expected Tom Brady to do a quarterback sneak just to get the first down, and they got the end around, and there you go, another touchdown, tie game. So they kicked back off to the Rams, and the Rams kind of played it like they were going to, play out to win here. What'd they have, like a minute left, something like that? There wasn't a whole lot of time left. And Stafford just about gave up the ghost right in the very beginning because he just about fumbled the ball. The ball was loose. His knee was just down and the ball was loose, and he sucked it back in. But the ball was out on the ground, and before they got that final, during that final drive where they got their field goal, and yeah, a couple good throws by Stafford. He's a good quarterback. He can put the ball where he needs to once in a while. So the Rams came out all right, but that game was worth watching there for the last 5 minutes. It was actually pretty entertaining. So, but I wouldn't have been one just to tune in for it. But anyways, as I say, my condolences to Knucklebuster, because I know today's a sad day for him there with old TB there sitting on the sidelines now. So we'll have to see where he goes after that. But other than that, where you been for the last 2 nights? I've been turning on my radio and there's no live Steve Sommers on. Where you been for the last 2 nights, Your Honor?
Yeah, how'd you enjoy your weekend?
Well, don't you know we have this exemption of hours of service? We're all supposed to be working every day now. We all got to work. So I was out there with Becky and actually got to talk to Santa Claus there. Santa Claus got a hold of somehow into the phone conversation and dingbat. So that was kind of an interesting evening. And so I don't know. Other than that, not a whole lot going on. Just working every day working every day, something like that. I don't know. We'll figure it out here somehow. But got warmed up here. We're pushing about 30 degrees, and I don't know. Can see the moon every now and then. Got some stars out there, so I guess everything's good then. As far as weather goes, I don't know if there's a whole lot coming in until the end of the week. They said there was. You were saying it's something coming down and around and making the dog leg and coming back up, and so we'll see how all that plays out a little later on. No, but as I say, I'd like to know if you can figure out more of the people, because I couldn't figure out, with the way people were recording or playing the live video, who they were saying the speakers were in that. So I was interested in knowing that there if I could. So at that rally yesterday at the DC, the one thing they did say on the news though was that they were saying how they wanted to say that the vaccination was I don't think they were calling experimental. What's the other term they've been using for that
emergency
and
emergency use
okay. Yeah, no, it was they were saying it was experimental, and of course the news reporter jumped right on and said, "Well, it's been approved by the FDA, so it's not an experimental drug. They've been working on this COVID vaccine for a long time." And it's like, well, yeah, they've been working on it for so long. How come it's took so long to actually get it here to have it? But yeah, they were jumping right on trying to say it was fake news or fake reporting that it was experimental. And it's like, yeah, I think it is still kind of experimental because it's the first time you've used it. So kind of be experimental to me. And as you say, it got started as emergency authorization. It didn't just, be approved by the FDA and just okie dokie to go there.
Right.
So,
right.
Anyway, so hey, with all that nonsense, we'll let you go out there and try to find an intelligent caller, and I guess we'll check back in maybe a little later. And if you get real hard up for calls there, just start looking for the Horse Feathers sing along, and maybe we can kick something off there with that old time truck driving song.
It is a Monday, right? So it's a pretty typical Monday. It is 844-844-3388, and I've got a handful list of the speakers who was there in DC yesterday. More to come after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do we see here as we roll toward top of the hour, get a news update just ahead. But look at it, more than 30,000 supposedly showed up in D.C. Sunday, calling for the vaccine mandates to come to an end. Yeah, started about the noon hour at the Washington Monument, eventually moved to the Lincoln Memorial. Speakers sharing their reasons for calling the mandates to end. Yes, the rally ended at about 3:30 in the afternoon. Somewhere between 30 and 35,000 attending. Now, sponsored by several groups, including Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance, Children's Health Defense, the Vaccine Safety Research Foundation, and the World Council for Health. Speakers included the likes of Dr. Robert Malone, Dr. Peter McAuliffe, Dr. Pierre Corey, Dr. Ryan Cole, other speakers from outside the medical community, including former NBA player Kwame Brown, journalist and Fox News host Laura Logan, and PragerU's host, a guy by the name of Will Witt. Organizers were clear that they are not anti-vaccine. They are strictly against restrictions and mandates for the unvaccinated. McAuliffe said in his speech that there's not a single person here who is against the broad use of vaccines as we use them in our clinical practice. We have a circle of medical freedom. You have the freedom, you and you alone have the autonomy over your own body. He also added that medical freedom is linked to social and economic freedom. If we allow the circle of medical freedom to even be touched, let alone be broken, all the circles fracture. They all do, and it crumbles. The writing is on the wall. The determination to preserve medical freedom is in your hands, he said. Children's Health Defense head Robert Kennedy Jr. spoke at the event as well, warned of massive surveillance network being set in place where none of us can run and none of us can hide. So there, other, comparisons were done, but with that, we're up to the top of the hour, so we'll get our news update and back to your calls, which we have clear lines at this hour at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
British officials are saying that the Kremlin plans to install a pro-Russian leader in Ukraine and has a potential candidate ready. They say that Yevhen Muriev, a former member of parliament in Ukraine, would be considered if Russian President Vladimir Putin decides to invade the country. Moscow denies the accusations, but Secretary of State Antony Blinken describes concerns about Russia.
We've been concerned and have been warning about exactly these kind of tactics for weeks. And we talked about that publicly, that Russia would try to, in some way, topple or replace the government. Just a few days ago, we sanctioned 4 Russian agents in Ukraine who were engaged in destabilizing activities. This is very much part of the Russian playbook.
Blinken appeared on NBC's Meet the Press. U.S. Embassy personnel in Ukraine are on standby to be evacuated if necessary. This is USA Radio News.
Well, you've heard me talk about Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and how his pillow's given me a great night's sleep. He continues to roll out new offers on his products. His latest on the towel sets. Now, towels aren't something you think about. I never knew what I was missing till I tried the towels last year. You've all helped build MyPillow into the incredible company it is today, and trust in Mike Lindell has given you a better night's sleep. Mike's now changing the game with his 6-piece towel set, USA cotton, extremely absorbent, yet still providing that soft feel you look for in a towel. 2 bath, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths for a limited time, $39.95 using our promo code USA. It retails for over $100. Remember, all MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the Radio Listener Square, use this promo code USA to get this price of $39.99 on the towels, or call 1-800-951-8175.
A rare wildfire in the month of January in Monterey County, California, is being fueled by strong winds. Almost 1,500 acres of brush and redwood trees have burned in Big Sur, California, since the fire began on Friday. Wildfire expert Craig Clements.
Given the fact that we haven't had rain all January and we had a big wind event, offshore wind event, these are the conditions that lead to wildfires, typically in the fall, not in January.
The fire is now 25% contained. Hundreds of residents have been evacuated along California's central coast near the fire. The FDA has expanded its authorization of the antiviral drug remdesivir to some COVID-19 outpatients. The antiviral drug has been approved for patients aged 12 and older who weigh at least 88 pounds with a positive COVID-19 test results. They stress this is for outpatients who have mild to moderate symptoms. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry! Free accounts are limited.
A woman in Connecticut is taking a tech giant to court over the addictiveness of social media.
A Connecticut mother is filing a wrongful death lawsuit against the company that runs Snapchat. The lawsuit says after 11-year-old Selena Rodriguez took her own life in 2021, they learned that she'd been addicted to social media, and the suit claims the girl's suicide was, in its words, caused by the defective design, negligence, and unreasonably dangerous features of their products. The statement claims Snapchat knowingly and purposefully designed, manufactured, marketed, and sold social media that's unreasonably dangerous as being designed to be addictive to young users. For USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
There's an update in the case of Gabby Petito, who was found dead in September in a national park in Wyoming. The FBI office in Denver said a notebook found near the remains of Gabby Petito's boyfriend, Brian Laundrie, shows an admission by Laundrie that he was responsible for her death. Her body was found by searchers at a park in Wyoming. Laundrie immediately became the prime suspect. His body was found in October, and authorities say he killed himself. The FBI also said Laundrie sent text messages from her cell phone after she died to make it seem as if she was still alive. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, back at it as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday at 3:08 Eastern Time in the East. And lines available at 844-844-3388. Well, another cruise ship diverted, but this one had nothing to do with COVID. In this case, a cruise ship with, I believe, about 800 passengers, diverting its destination path from Miami to the Bahamas as they tried to evade a U.S. warrant over $1.2 million in unpaid fuel bills. Uh-oh. The U.S. Marshal will be there with the arrest warrant if the ship shows up in Miami, according to Stephen Sims, the lead attorney representing Peninsula Petroleum Far East PTE. My good money is that it's not landing in Miami. From what we've been told, our client is determined to recover. The luxury cruise ship Crystal Symphony was scheduled to port in Miami Saturday after a 2-week sojourn in the Caribbean, but diverted to the Bahamas. It was, about 300 passengers, 400 crew members, after the U.S. court issued an arrest warrant. The ship is operated by Genting Hong Kong Ltd., which has been financially struggling since the pandemic affected travel. Peninsula Petroleum Far East filed suit in the U.S. to recover $4.6 million in unpaid fees for bunker fuel for 3 different ships owned by Genting, including $1.2 million for the Crystal Symphony. There was a British musician who was performing on the ship said passengers are scrambling to reschedule their flights after being delayed in the Bahamas, but there's no real panic. Every one of these people are trying to reschedule flights. I'm not really seeing any tantrums going on. They're taking it in stride. Getting Hong Kong last Wednesday filed with the Supreme Court of Bermuda to appoint provisional liquidators after exhausting what they called all reasonable efforts to negotiate with creditors. The company reported in May that they lost $1.7 billion as the pandemic and shutdowns continued to affect the travel industry. Crystal Cruises notified staff on the Symphony on Wednesday that all cruise operations are now suspended until at least April. It's been an extremely difficult decision, but a prudent one given the current business environment and recent developments with our parent company, Genting Hong Kong. All right, passengers were kind of shocked with the announcement when it was made, but This was the guy that was, again, the British performer. He said he still performed and operations continued. But it was pretty extraordinary to be in a position to have to perform to people with them knowing the cruise line has gone into liquidation. I mean, everybody was in complete shock when the announcement was made on Wednesday. So the ship docked in Bimini just before midnight local time Saturday. Passengers are expected to be ferried to Fort Lauderdale from the Bahamas. All right, Pace says, for me, it's kind of a headache, but, can you imagine for the crew, for the staff? The brilliant staff of this gorgeous luxury liner, I really feel sorry for them. I'm a bit put out, but they've lost their jobs for the foreseeable future. Yeah, what a headache. So, so you landed the Bahamas. I don't know. It's not all, what is it, a couple hours via ferry to get you from the Bahamas to Fort Lauderdale? But obviously people had, probably a lot of folks had those early flights Saturday trying to get out and all having to reschedule. All right, looking at 13 past the hour. What do you say, Chevy Guy? How was your weekend, brother?
Oh, rolling. Just sat around and, suffered through the blizzard of 22, really, you want to call it that. Before I got into the truck tonight, of course, brewing coffee, watching the news. And they did cover that. They covered, a couple of raggedy looking, people, with handheld signs, about the mandate. They showed a sparse little crowd. It didn't sound like there were that many. But ironically, it's right after they showed that, about they were explaining these people were there to protest the mandate and wearing of the mask and being forced to wear a sign. They did show one person. One lady says, "I don't have a problem with the getting the shot. Everybody getting the shot. It's available, but I don't appreciate my government forcing us to get something." Now, that was good. But right after that, they bring up, well, there were 7,000 people come down with COVID today. You could tell the station was still pushing the mandate. They brought in Fauci trying to, in his field. But don't you think the big story there was the fact that you had the developer of the vaccine,
sure, Dr.
right
Malone.
there.
Yeah,
and it's amazing. It's amazing. There's a story there. Come on, wake up, people. I mean, there was a story right there that would have made it worth, other than milquetoast, what we've been hearing for 2 years now. So, no, it was absolutely amazing. The lack of what the media is doing, they're still pushing this up on us. But as of right now, I go into a store, Walmart. Some people are wearing, some people ain't. I just go on this theory: if the employees are wearing a mask, I'll wear a mask out of respect for them. And I'm not getting the shot, so that's even more so. But I've been reposting every chance I get. It shows somebody in the cold weather puts that mask on his face and breathes.
Right.
You see this great big cloud around his head, and then he puts on a second mask, same thing. So I think that's the best illustration you could have over what these masks do. And if you wear glasses, you know that a long time ago, even in the summertime, you put the glasses on or the mask on, walk in the air conditioning in the store, and all of a sudden your glasses freeze and fog up. So, yeah, it's just blowing your bad air right into your own face. But I did not realize how big of a cloud that was till that video there. And, I'm still, it's not just, it's just, not just liberals with me. Some a lady, a friend of my wife, she told me don't pick a fight with her because they're close friends, and I agree. But, oh my goodness, hey, listen, Trump come up with this vaccine, so, you got to take it. Trump, because Trump came up with it, and I'm just dying to think I hope you're paying attention to the news, because Trump never insisted on everybody being forced to take it. And he just stepped back.
Yeah. I mean,
thank God for
he was encouraged. He did encourage people to take it. I mean, he and Melania took it. I mean, even after they had COVID, he was hospitalized a couple days, and I believe they said he got the booster as well. I mean, that's his choice, right? If you want to lead by example, if you want to follow his lead by example, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you're probably better off than anybody that's been vaccinated because you probably went through it. What some scientists are saying that, in May 2019, and I'm not against the vaccination. I got the flu shot when I was at the VA. A year ago, I got the shingles. Because my next younger sister, she gets shingles all the time. She was telling me what they were like. So she advised that I'd go ahead and take it. And I went in and took a shingles shot. But it's nothing like this here where they're being forced. And I'll be honest with you, I thought when I went to the VA, I would get the feeling of being pressured into it. My wife's doctor told me, when she was trying to get my wife to take it, my wife wouldn't do it. But she asked me at the VA, and she said, "Well, they're trying to get the veterans to take it too over there." So I was ready to defend myself, study what I could find, and the only thing I got at the VA was, "Did you have the COVID shot?" I said, "No, sir." And then they go, "Do you plan on it?" "No, sir." And that was it. They never asked again.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that was probably the biggest risk I've took all year. And I wore I got one N95 mask. Hey, I've got two masks. I've been wearing them for 2 years. I got the one N95 mask that I wear when I know I'm in a high risk situation. And I got that when I was at the hospital with my son. And down here in Charleston, it's burn unit. But yeah, I sat there in the VA, and that was probably the biggest risk I took on the COVID, because you're in there with all these sick people. So it just you just got to do what you got to do. Hopefully, you'll ride through this stuff. But yeah, I think this will all be mute, because been telling you back when they had 30,000 troops on the border with Ukraine. Russia can't afford this. Russia's struggling, but after it got over $80 a barrel, Russia oil $80 a barrel, Russia is starting to get flush with cash, and they're going to do what they're going to do. But I still think, remember, you can drive from Moscow to Beijing, and you'll never go into another country, because Russia is borders with China. So I got a funny feeling when Russia does what it does, then that's when they're going to move in on Taiwan. And I still think they might do it. Well, we got ready-made high visibility hostages with the athletes. So I think when the Olympics happens, that's good. And I don't know, why would you go over there already with the restrictions and putting on these, or the fact that they're cutting body parts out of Muslim Uyghurs and got concentration camps. So why would you participate in that kind of hideousness? So other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the show.
All right. For many of those athletes, I mean, they spend their entire lives working out, trying to be the best of what they are. And in many times they'll get one opportunity to appear at the Olympics, wherever the Olympics might be held around the world. Now, there are some athletes that can come back 4 years later and maybe even 4 more years later. But as I said, for many of them, it's their one opportunity that they have literally dedicated probably thousands of hours of work to compete in those games. And I mean, I can only imagine to be a very difficult decision to say, well, it's in China, so I'm not going. So with that, we'll get a quick chime out. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to David. Checking in this morning. He actually sent me a link to that story about the cruise lines that we just shared a few minutes ago. Yep. So thank you for that. Now, I said, I've been off the last week, so I'm a little behind on just about all my news because I haven't been able to listen to the podcast to catch up. But I know a lot of your listeners are avid cruisers and thought you might find the story interesting. So that's the story we had just shared here a few minutes ago. But I was supposed to be back out on my normal Monday night, but I've been fighting an extremely sore throat that I ended up going to the emergency room Sunday afternoon for and found out that I had an abscess on my left tonsil that almost had my throat swollen shut. Now, they ended up draining it for me, and I've got to follow up with my ear, nose, and throat doctor today, but oh man, what a difference. I feel 100 times better than I did before I went in. Now, we went through all the typical COVID tests, strep test, flu test, and everything was negative, thankfully. I was worried it might have been COVID since one of the symptoms is a sore throat, but I was so relieved to find out it was not. Anyway, I'm looking forward to getting back out there, catching you live so I can get caught up on all my news and information. Stay safe, everybody, and as the Moose would say, keep it betwixt the spotted and the solid. All right, glad you're feeling better there, David. That had to be a little scary, right? Throat almost swollen shut. Wow. All right, then I'm looking at this story. This was, I don't know if I even touched on this Friday morning. It was kind of a breaking story. Big news in the state of Ohio. And they say Governor DeWine was enjoying the kind of chaotic Christmas morning at the governor's residence that most parents and grandparents experience. 10 o'clock in the morning, his children, his grandkids, many of whom had spent the night, were opening presents when DeWine's counselor, Laurel Dawson, handed the governor a letter. It was from Intel's CEO, Pat Gelsinger, and Senior Vice President, officially telling DeWine the semiconductor company had picked the greater Columbus area for what will be the biggest economic development project in state history. Ultimately, we hope to establish the largest semiconductor manufacturing site on the planet, the letter said. We're very excited to work with you and your state to couple Intel's innovation and world-class manufacturing process with Ohio's exceptional talent, capabilities, and vision to strengthen U.S. semiconductor leadership. Finally, the news we've all been waiting for. Can we start lessening our dependence on the like of China, Taiwan, where so much of the semiconductor, the chips, the shortages we've been dealing with for the last several years. Now, that letter was also delivered to the lieutenant governor, promised something that would change Ohio's business community, the Columbus region's landscape, and the governor's legacy. This was the culmination of nearly 8 months of work to convince Intel that Ohio was their best choice. Now, DeWine said it was a great thing to get on Christmas, first of all. It was kind of a surreal scene with the kids running around opening presents. But the first phase of the project calls for Intel to make a $20 billion investment to build 2 plants called fabs, Jersey Township in Licking County, northeast of Columbus, that will employ 3,000 workers with an average salary of $135,000 a year. Then there will be 3,000 construction jobs and as many as 10,000 indirect jobs. The project could have 3 more phases, employing thousands more workers and tens of billions of dollars in additional investment by the Silicon Valley-based semiconductor company. DeWine and the Lieutenant Governor Husted spent hours with the Columbus Dispatch kind of detailing how the entire project came together. That's a big deal. Intel is an American manufacturer of semiconductor computer circuits. The company's name comes from Integrated Electronics. Intel, headquartered in Santa Clara, California. So big news. I mean, the initial investment, $20 billion with a B, $20 billion. That is big. They're not really breaking down the timeline. I think it's probably not going to be up and running until like 2024, I believe. These things don't come together overnight, but that's big, and that's talk about good paying jobs, 3,000 workers, average salary $135,000 a year. All right, with that, we'll get a news break in here, bottom of the hour, but we've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
British officials are saying that the Kremlin plans to install a pro-Russian leader in Ukraine and has a potential candidate ready. They say that Yevhen Muriev, a former member of parliament in Ukraine, would be considered if Russian President Vladimir Putin decides to invade the country. Moscow denies the accusations, but Secretary of State Antony Blinken describes concerns about Russia.
We've been concerned and have been warning about exactly these kind of tactics for weeks. And we talked about that publicly, that Russia would try to, in some way, topple or replace the government. Just a few days ago, we sanctioned 4 Russian agents in Ukraine who were engaged in destabilizing activities. This is very much part of the Russian playbook.
Blinken appeared on NBC's Meet the Press. U.S. Embassy personnel in Ukraine are on standby to be evacuated if necessary. This is USA Radio News.
If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, you may qualify for a free continuous glucose monitor system. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM systems can automatically manage your diabetes better for you. And by using a CGM system, you can eliminate forever one thing most people with diabetes hate the most: finger sticks. Now it's possible to manage your diabetes better, end the painful finger sticks, and get a new CGM monitoring system at little or no cost to you. We even provide in-home delivery and do all the insurance paperwork for you. Now is the best time to manage your diabetes better and get your continuous glucose monitor. Call now for details. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. 800-396-0150. That's 800-396-0150.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
So a little more on the Intel story here in the Buckeye State. It said May the 3rd, going all the way back to May, Intel reached out to Jobs Ohio, the state's economic development firm, looking for potential sites for chip-making factories. Now, they say that the state routinely gets requests like this, and Ohio, of course, has a history as a manufacturing powerhouse, but the request from Intel seemed rather unusual because Ohio has no experience producing semiconductors, which, as we all now know, you need them for everything from your car to your refrigerator and so much more. And obviously, since the pandemic started, the global supply chain has been struggling to keep up with demand. More companies have reached out to the state about bringing back production that they had shipped overseas. According to the lieutenant governor, the state, we never know how serious these companies are, but we're getting more of that as a state as of late. But this was particularly large and had a lot of peculiar demands. Now, without identifying Intel, Jobs Ohio sent a request to the regional economic development directors asking about some maybe potential sites that would meet the company's parameters. They had 3 days to get it done. That's it. Now, they didn't give you a whole lot of information in the initial call about what they're doing. One Columbus was the only regional partner to respond with a potential location, Jersey Township in western Licking County near New Albany. It had not been on the state's radar, but the township featured many desirable traits, vast areas of farmland, affordable utilities, ample water supply, because apparently this factory, when it's up and running, will use like 5 million gallons of water per day. And then you've got the proximity to universities, highways, an airport, and more. New Albany has already annexed land from Jersey Township for its International Business Park, and that area is home to some massive data centers for Amazon, Google, Facebook. So surprise, surprise, I guess, DeWine found out on Christmas, had to get cross the T's, dot the I's, let the legal eagles look over everything, and just finally officially making the announcement here late last week, which that's big. All right, with that, it is 844-3388. Under the industry headlines, even making mainstream media news, the lack of truck parking over the weekend. President Biden's $2 trillion infrastructure plan comes up short on addressing a key issue of parking for truckers. And the Trucking Action Plan fails to mention parking even once in the law. This was actually from Bloomberg, believe it or not. As the nation becomes more reliant on online orders and shipping while dealing with supply chain woes during the Biden administration, Illinois-based driver Mary Leach told highway officials in December the problems are going to remain until drivers are able to utilize their whole 11-hour drive time, not driving around in circles, fighting for the next parking spot. Truck parking is a top 5 issue for drivers, according to the American Transportation Research Institute's annual report. And an infrastructure provision for $1 billion in truck parking grants was removed from the bill before being passed. This is the 10th year that the lack of available truck parking has made the top 10 list of industry concerns, and among commercial drivers, it's consistently ranked in the top 3. Drivers paid by the mile, not by the hour, shorten their drive times, expecting troubles to find parking, especially in parts of the U.S. in the Northeast. Evening rush hour is a prime time to stop for fuel and parking as well. Since most truck stops fill up between 4 and 6 p.m., finding parking is a huge pain. The Business Insider reported basically there are way more trucks on the road now than there were 20 years ago, yet truck parking has not changed nearly enough to accommodate all the new rigs. Now, it's interesting how we shared that Love's Travel Center opened, I think they opened 38 new locations last year. Like 3,000 truck parking spaces added, plans to open another 40 locations in 2022, another 3,000 parking spaces being added. But the shortage is so much more, apparently, than what's being made available out there. All right, then we've got the driver in Illinois. Hey, it's nice to be recognized when you do the right thing. More often not, the media likes to focus on the mistakes, the bad apples, whatever kind of headline that makes the industry as a whole look bad. Well, an Illinois state trooper, believe it or not, giving a truck driver who was hauling fuel some major recognition for his safe driving. Illinois State Patrol Trooper Tracy Lillard took to Facebook Friday morning to draw attention to the skill and professionalism of a fuel truck driver that she recently encountered on I-74. She said, "Dear fuel hauler, I saw you on I-74 coming up behind me. You moved over when I was merging back onto the road from the shoulder of the ramp. As you passed me, I saw you were a fuel tanker. You had your blinker on to move back into the driving lane in front of me, and I flashed my headlights at you. You safely moved in, flashing your lights back at me. A warm trucker hug. That's what that means to me. I grew up with an appreciation of truck drivers as my dad has driven a semi since before I was born. I followed you from Downs through Bloomington Normal and on up to I-39 on my way to Oglesby. You pulled off at Winona about 20 miles before I exited. I highly doubt that you even realized I was a state trooper, as I was in an unmarked silver squad. I saw the trucking company you were hauling for was out of Sullivan, Illinois. Well, that's near my stomping grounds. And you had some sweet smokestacks on your truck. I felt safe traveling near you on the roadway. I think I passed you once due to traffic, but I seemed to just stay behind you and enjoy the drive. You moved over for other merging traffic. You used your blinker, obeyed the speed limit, and respected drivers' following distance. I was on the interstates traveling to a college to visit. And before I left my house, my daughters told me, "Be safe, Mom." Well, it's people like you that make me happy to be a state trooper. I assume you have a family at home, too, that you want to return to safely at the end of your workday. You showed several true signs of a great driver. I felt comfortable sharing the road with you, and that's why I chose to fall in behind you and take in the scenery and listen to the radio. I know you have a huge responsibility as a trucker hauling fuel. Your placard read 1203. I hope others recognize that placard and type of tanker you pull, and the importance of driving safe around such vehicles. I appreciate you and applaud your driving that I witnessed. I may be in recruitment now, but I will always continue to shout out the drivers with the great behavior I see. Well done, sir. Well done. Sincerely, Trooper Tracy. And apparently within a matter of just a few hours, Trooper Tracy's message made it all the way to the wife of the driver of that truck. Well, how about that? Kind of a heartwarming story. All right, your typical Monday, quiet on the phones, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Back with more after this quick time out, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I'm not really seeing numbers as to how many truck drivers are participating there in Canada. But the headline from Reuters News, convoy started this past day, Sunday. A convoy of truckers starting their march from Vancouver to the Canadian capital city of Ottawa, protesting the vaccine mandate for truck drivers, which the industry says could create driver shortages and just further fuel inflation. Truckers under the banner Freedom Convoy 2022 had raised 2.7 million Canadian dollars, that's 2.2 million US by Sunday, through a GoFundMe campaign to fight the mandate. Now, those funds raised, this said, being used to help with the cost of fuel, food, lodging. The convoy is expected to reach Ottawa on January the 29th. That's not till, what, Friday? Saturday? The trucking industry is vital to ensure the smooth flow of goods, since more than 2/3 of the $521 billion in goods traded between Canada and the U.S. travels on the roadways. But as many as 32,000 or 20% of the 160,000 Canadian and American cross-border truckers may be taken off the roads due to the mandate, according to the Canadian Trucking Alliance. Now, the CTA also made a statement over the weekend saying it does not support any protests on public roadways, and the only way to cross the border on a commercial truck is by getting vaccinated. Of course, Canada imposed the vaccine mandate for trucking starting January the 15th. And on the U.S. side, it started over the weekend, the 22nd. Driver shortages are further expected to fuel red-hot inflation, which is running at a 30-year high. Now, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau continues to resist industry pressure to delay the mandate since it was first announced back in November. Again, I see nothing as far as numbers, how many trucks are in the convoy at this point in time. The email earlier from Terry did say that more and more trucks are expected to join that convoy along the route. Looking here from the Toronto Sun along the same lines. The Canadian Trucking Alliance speaking out against the protest in a statement issued just 24 hours before the convoy was set to leave British Columbia. They will be joined by fleets of other drivers from across Canada in the nation's capital on January 29th, where they plan to hold a rally decrying the policies that require drivers to be fully vaccinated in order to cross the Canada-U.S. border. Their statement reads, the Canadian Trucking Alliance does not support and strongly disapproves of any protests on public roadways, highways, and bridges. We believe such actions, especially those that interfere with public safety, are not how disagreements with government policies should be expressed. The vast majority of Canadian trucking industry members are vaccinated. According to the Alliance, the immunization rate among truck drivers is on par with that you've seen in the general public there. The CTA president calls for still greater compliance in light of the fact that both Canada and the U.S. have the vaccination rules in place. Now, he issued a statement saying that this regulation is not changing. So as an industry, we're going to have to adapt and comply with this mandate. The only way to cross the border in a commercial truck or any other vehicle is to get vaccinated. But those opposed to the measure, not moved. We are not backing down, and we're going to Ottawa. One of the organizers from Medicine Hat. Organizers described the mandate as an example of political overreach resulting in economic harm. This hurts small businesses. It denies some workers the means to survive. Now, that GoFundMe page set up by organizers had garnered $2.6 million in donations, with more than half of that total in just the past 48 hours. Up to 26,000 of the 160,000 to make those regular trips would be sidelined as a result of this mandate. Now, they say some 30,000 trucks roll across the border on any given day, moving nearly $850 million in freight. Now, that's from the 2020 figures from the U.S. Bureau of Transportation Statistics. So there's some of the very latest. Meanwhile, all right, we roll up toward top of the hour. Again, clear lines, got a full hour yet to fill. So jump on in at 844-844-3388. Hello to Sylvester on board, I see there. Hired Gun did jump in here a little bit ago. Let's see. Hired Gun. Just tuned in, but got to get a 2-hour nap before I can go back in to make the boss happy again. But hope everybody's doing well. Painted Side stays on the top. Billy checks in this morning. Morning, Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive crew. 32 degrees here, clear in Beulahville, North Carolina. Most of the snow's gone. But be safe and take care out there, drivers. It's a beautiful 74 degrees here. That's Sylvester in the land down under. I've only listened a little bit today. There's so much going on. I hope the Russians and Chinese decide to seek a peaceful resolution and not war. Yeah, but in our discussions, it's not looking real good, is it? Yes, only time will tell. All right. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Russia is denying a claim by the British government that it plans to install a pro-Russian leader in Ukraine. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Secretary of State Antony Blinken explains the path forward.
Even as we're building up deterrence, even as we're building up defense for Ukraine, we're also engaged in diplomacy and dialogue. And I met, as you know, with the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov in Geneva just a few days ago to try to find out if there is a real path forward on diplomacy and dialogue.
Reports are coming in that the State Department could begin evacuating the families of U.S. Embassy personnel in Ukraine. A shipment of Javelin anti-armor missiles, which was made in the U.S., is headed to Kiev. President Biden says they're ready to impose consequences if Russia does begin to invade Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back to listeners. You can get great discounts on all MyPillow products if you go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Deep discounts on all MyPillow products, like the buy one, get one free special on Giza Dream Sheets. All MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Call 1-800-951-8175 or go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special. Use my promo code USA.
At the American Veterinary Medical Association annual convention in Washington, D.C., I spoke with Dr. John Howe, AVMA president, about One Health.
One Health is really a collaboration between physicians and veterinarians or public health officials. For example, in Minnesota, our state public health veterinarian deals with zoonotic diseases, rabies, for example. Animals are sentinels for humans, and humans are sentinels for some infections in animals.
There's more valuable information at avma.org.
One Democratic senator is speaking out against the censuring of Arizona's Kyrsten Sinema.
Independent Bernie Sanders comments on the Arizona Democratic Party's censure of Democratic Senator Kyrsten Sinema.
What the Arizona Democratic Party did was exactly right.
The Bern praising the Arizona arm of the party for condemning Sinema's vote to keep the Senate filibuster in place, and along with Senator Joe Manchin, her decision did succeed at killing the passage of two major voting rights bills that Democrats are pushing. From the New England Bureau of USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
A sheriff's corporal in Harris County, Texas, Charles Galloway, was shot and killed during a traffic stop in southwest Houston. The police department there is heading the investigation. Chief Troy Finner says the suspect, who is described as a Hispanic male, got out of his car and opened fire on the officers. You're listening to USA Radio News.
The greatest radio shows of all time.
Frank Sinatra as Rocky Fortune.
Classic radio theater.
Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
The story of Dr. Kildare.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On this radio station or wherever podcasts are served, just by searching for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Airstrikes in the country of Yemen is leading to international outrage. This report from the BBC.
No sleep in the port of Hodeidah last night. After 7 years, the war in Yemen is intensifying again. The Saudis are trying to capture Hodeidah from the Houthis, who are backed by Iran. On Tuesday, airstrikes on the Yemeni capital Sana'a targeted senior Houthi commanders. But their families were at home, so children and women were amongst the casualties. Yemenis have grown used to Saudi attacks. The war, it seems, never ends. And now, a new cycle of violence has started in this proxy war between regional powers.
The airstrike targeted the Al Junaid house. 3 families live there.
Drone footage reveals the extent of the damage. This was retaliation for Houthi attacks on the United Arab Emirates, the first for more than 3 years. The UAE official explained in a video call with a Washington think tank.
Several attacks, combination of cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, and drones, targeted civilian sites in the UAE.
Saudi forces responded the next day with airstrikes on Sana'a. The exchange of fire comes after renewed fighting in which Saudi and the UAE-backed forces have seized the area around Shabwa from the Houthis.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All righty then, there we go, final hour. On a Monday, as we're making our way to the 24th day of January. Hope you had a good weekend. Enjoyed plenty of NFL football. Surprise, surprise. Was it, I believe, someone said 3 of those 4 games over the weekend ended with a field goal, winning the game. And each of those had like 4 seconds left on the clock. How's that work? What are the odds? 4 seconds on the clock. Yeah, that's the way Cincinnati ended over Tennessee. Same with what? Tampa Bay ended with a field goal. Tampa Bay losing. And you had the big game there. Was it the Buffalo versus Kansas? I think that one wasn't a field goal at the end, was it? They won that with a touchdown in overtime. All right, so the Arctic air responsible for some of the lowest temperatures of the season so far in parts of the Midwest and East. It was really running its course over the weekend, but more waves are going to follow, along with the threat for more snow, more slippery travel. Obviously, energy demand is way up there with the extreme cold. Motorists and airline passengers should anticipate periodic delays for snow and icy conditions as this winter pattern continues. But this is typically the coldest time of year. So when there's an air mass such as this producing temperatures well below average, it's really, really cold. Normal lows for mid-January would range from near zero across the northern tier of the Midwest and the Northeast to the lower 40s along the I-10 corridor in the southern states. But with the combination of the snow cover, the Arctic air, the light winds, the clear skies, temperatures are 20 to 30 degrees below average for many in the Midwest and Northeast. Look at these numbers as we wrapped up the week last week. Ogdensburg, New York, near the northern part of the state, close to the Canadian border. Temperature bottomed out at 33 below zero Friday morning. In the village of Saranac, New York, Saranac Lake, 30 below zero, surpassing the season low mark, which was previously 28 below zero. And the frigid conditions did not let up Friday night. Temperatures continued to plummet in the eastern U.S. and in Canada as well. Just north of New Brunswick, they saw the mercury at 38 below zero Saturday morning. Meanwhile, in Smethport, Pennsylvania, a bone-chilling low of 23 below was measured there. Multiple sites in the Midwest blew past their season low temperature marks Friday morning. Mason City, Iowa, 21 below. Iron Mountain, Michigan, 24 below. Merrill, Wisconsin, 28 below. I mean, at this level, despite nearly calm conditions, even taking the dog for a walk or a jog can create enough chill on exposed skin to risk frostbite in a matter of minutes, according to forecasters. Now, even though temperatures are predicted to moderate across the Midwest, another cold night for the Northeast. Yeah, meanwhile, nearly 800 miles to the south in Raleigh, North Carolina, temperatures were actually into the upper teens Saturday morning. All right, there you go. Further south, Jacksonville, Florida. Forecast at least to equal their winter low mark of 30 degrees during a couple of nights. I mean, we start things off this morning with frost advisories well into the heart of Florida. And even freeze warnings in the northern half of the state there. And pull up the very latest for you here, see what we got. Yeah, those frost advisories, I don't know when the last time we've seen them that deep. Yeah, for the inland areas. Right along the coast, you don't have the frost advisories, but you don't have to get too far inland. Palmdale, nearly all the way down to Everglades City. Everglades City is on the coast, so you get just inland in that county. Frost advisories all along I-90 or I-75 there, where it cuts kind of via east to west across the state of Florida. My, a chilly start to the new week. And with that, let's get back to the calls here. Good to have a few of our listening friends online. I see we've got a first-time caller on the line. How about that? Roger Rabbit, I believe it is. Hey there, Roger Rabbit.
Good morning, Steve. First-time caller.
Well, I'm glad you decided to pick up the phone. It's been a very quiet morning. I've got your number down here to get you a first-time caller code. How about that?
Well, thanks a lot, Steve. I could have used that a day ago or so because I just got an order in yesterday over the weekend. I got some gasoline extreme, and I'm going to try out that transmission restore.
There you go. All right. Well, we'll get you a coupon code for $60. You can kind of stock up, add a little more.
Oh, yes, sir. Sure will. Thank you very much. I'm calling in this morning because, as your caller said, it's the loneliest hour, and it sounded like you had open lines there, so I thought I'd help you out a little bit.
Well, I do appreciate it. Yeah, Mondays are typically very, very, very quiet on the phone. A lot of drivers don't get back out till Monday night for their first night out there after their weekend off.
Yes, sir. Steve, I know I'm a first-time caller, but I've been listening to you now for 5 years now, and just so happened I'm down here in outside of Macon, Georgia, and I run up to Tennessee every day, but I used to have a run to Savannah twice a day in the early morning hours from midnight to early morning, and I used to get on the AM radio, and I just happened to pick you up on 700 out there on I-16 going to Savannah every morning, and you get out there towards Savannah, and I would lose 700, and I'd be mad because I couldn't hear you no more, but anyway, I listened to you then, and all the cartoon characters that called in and all, and I just love your show.
That's great. Well, I appreciate you dialing us up. I'm glad. Obviously, you're a user of Hot Shot Secret products, so I guess we're not introducing you to anything new. But hey, it's great to have you with us, and don't be a stranger there, Roger Rabbit.
Yes, sir. I've been using I bought a 2019 Ford diesel, and I have been using the EDT, everyday diesel treatment in there, and I didn't. It was a brand new truck, so I didn't put the stiction eliminator in the motor. But since then, I've traded that truck in since they needed those used trucks so bad, and so now I got me a Toyota Tundra with 150,000 miles on it. So I did put the stiction eliminator in there and let it run that 3,000 mile before I get it out of there. And I bought that FR3 to put in there.
That sounds like you're doing the right thing.
Yes, sir. Going to try it out there. Hey, Steve, I just want to give you a little background there. I'm just turned 66 years and 2 months, so I just went on Social Security. I'm going to try and slow down a little bit. I've been driving for 44 years.
Wow. Now, most of that, have you been a company driver or the owner-operator thing, or maybe a little bit of both?
I've been a company driver, Steve. I'm driving for a company right now.
Well, I thank you so much for dialing us up there. Appreciate you being on board. Roger Rabbit, first-time caller here on a Monday morning. Craig, you asked a good question. I don't know. I said, Steve, how do these football players keep from getting frostbite? Yeah, somebody of them playing with their arms exposed, their hands exposed during these extreme cold. 3 hours out on the field. I don't. They've got those big heater things on the sidelines, don't they? They get out there and try to warm up and try to keep their hands warm. But yeah, that's a good question. Cheekbones, cheeks. How about your nose froze? All right, who's next up here? Would that be the Big Moose? I believe it is.
What do you say, old top?
Hey there, what's going on?
Not much. Me and the Magnificent Seven got the Cousin Eddie van loaded up here. And I'm going to Hopkinsville, Kentucky. There's an auction down there today, and they've got a 1919 57 Series Cadillac down there that I'm fully intending on bringing home with me.
Really?
Yeah. I trying to find somebody want to ride along that nobody want to go. So I said, well, that's all right. I'm going anyway.
So you and like Bob Barker and the rest of the crew, the dogs?
Yep, I got Georgia and Bob Barker and Jan and Susie, and I got the 3 cats too. Got Rod Stewart, Maggie May, and Conway Twitty.
How about that? That's funny. You got the whole crew in the RV. So now is this going to be like a restore project Cadillac, or is it in pretty good shape, or do you know?
Well, they said it is drivable, and I've seen the pictures of it. It's about 80% as an original car. It definitely needs some loving, but it's 100% complete and 100% operational. And I think and what I like about it, it's an open top roadster, 2-door, 2-seater open top roadster. It's kind of like the old doctor's coupe, but I always kind of liked them. I always kind of wanted one. And this one come up at an estate sale down there. Hopkinsville ain't too far away. It's only about 5 hours from the house. So I figured we'd ride down there and see if we can't load it up and bring it home with us. I took the car trailer just in case. So probably going to end up spending the day down here and then probably spending the night somewhere before I head back. So, but we got... we can rough it for one night.
Well, that'll work. Well, can't believe nobody wanted to hop in and ride along with the Moose.
Well, I called everybody I could think of, and they're either too far away or had to go to work. I said, well, you got to go to work. It sucks to be you again.
There you go.
I just loaded up the gang and put a couple of cases of the Nectar of the Gods in the freezer back there and in the cooler, and we got it. We're going to go down here and have us a good time. Ain't nothing else going on, so I figured might as well get going.
There you go.
I left the house there about 3:30. Auction starts at 9, but they're not supposed to sell the automobiles till 12 o'clock straight up and down, but they had a lot of other stuff down there I wanted to look at. So I figured since I wasn't doing nothing but staring at the walls, I might as well try to do something semi-productive or spend some money anyway.
There you go, burning a hole in your pocket, right?
That's right. So everybody keep it twixt the spotted and the solid, sunny side up, and we got our 6 in the wind, letting it all hang out again. We'll catch you on the flip side.
All right. Thanks for checking in here on a Monday morning. Big Moose, watch out. He's on the road. Southbound and down. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, going back to earlier this morning, the call from Red Mule discussing the John Deere. Okay, and John Deere trying to say you must use our, they've got proprietary. You can't fix your John Deere unless you go to a John Deere repair guy. I guess this is one of, several lawsuits that have been filed. Trinity Wells, a cattle farmer in Alabama, says he's owned John Deere tractors his entire life. Yeah, last year, the stop engine light came on the tractor. He said all it was some water in a little old sensor wire. And he walks around there, dried it out, and took it off, put it back on. Now, he says he's always got his tractor repaired at a local dealer, so he was surprised to learn his only repair option was to call John Deere to adjust proprietary software on the machine. A repair, he said, that took a technician less than 3 minutes, but cost over $600. Well, last week he filed suit against John Deere in federal court, alleging the company's proprietary tractor software has created essentially a monopoly that's unfair to small farmers. His lawyers are asking the court to declare this a class action suit. They hope to represent all affected in Alabama, Tennessee, and Mississippi. This is at the heart an antitrust case about the inability for farmers to find anybody to work on their tractors outside of a John Deere dealership because of proprietary software that's been installed on them, according to Wells' attorney. Now, a spokesperson for John Deere declined an interview, simply saying that they do not comment on pending litigation. But according to AR Tripp, the lawsuit is the result of efforts from a growing national right-to-repair movement, which has resulted in legislation being introduced in state houses around the country to protect people's ability to independently repair high-tech products, anything from your cell phone to your farm equipment. Anyway, the complaint alleges John Deere has created a monopoly in violation of the federal Sherman Antitrust Act by stifling competition in the lucrative tractor repair market, forcing small repair shops to close by creating proprietary software and driving up prices for small farmers who need tractor repairs. What that means is farmers now have to pay a technician to work on their farm, or they have to haul their tractor to a dealership, sometimes 40 miles away, sometimes several hundred miles away, because they can't repair them themselves, and they can't get anybody who's not outside of a dealership or not a dealership to work on them. Lawsuit alleges in the early 2000s, John Deere took steps to kind of winnow repair providers, requiring businesses to become either repair or sales entities, but not both. Lawyers for Wells argue that following the filing of the right to repair legislation in multiple states, John Deere committed to end the practice of making software proprietary, but they haven't followed through on that commitment. Now, there was a separate federal class action suit filed against John Deere in North Dakota that same day. Similar suit has already been filed in Illinois earlier this month. Now, to Wells, the cattle farmer, he said paying $600 for a little repair is just not fair. A larger repair could represent a serious setback and eat away at the profits for a small business. You're pretty much at the mercy of John Deere, whatever they want to charge you. If you can't fix it yourself, and with these new tractors, you can't. So that's what it's all about, the right to repair. All right, with that, let's get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. What's happening this morning, Larry? How was your weekend, first of all, I guess I should ask?
Good morning. My weekend was a little busy. I came up to Cincinnati for a funeral for the police officer that had died from a brain tumor in Tommy Haas and up in Mount Healthy. That was very well attended, and I'll tell you what, Arlington Cemetery does a great job of recognizing military veterans and first responders. So my hat's off to them. They did a really, really wonderful job there with American flags lining the roadway back to back. Several command officers from Cincinnati PD. And as cold as it was, Steve, there was 25 motorcycles in this escort.
Wow.
25 motorcycle officers. Fantastic commitment. One of my good friends, Chris Thomas, who was extremely close to Tommy, was leading the cruise, and just a lot of dedication and commitment to a brother officer. Steve, I wanted to give Big Moose a warning. Where's he starting from at 3:30 in the morning?
Up near Troy, Ohio, headed south.
Okay, so my guess is he's coming down 71 to Hopkinsville, and about the time he gets there, it might be daylight, but if he's there before daylight, Big Moose, you got to watch. Get about the 32-mile marker. From the 32 until the 18-mile marker, there's a lot of grassy areas, a lot of trees in median, and there's a tremendous amount of deer in that area. And you'll see from the deer carcasses that are southbound. So if you get down there and it's still dark, be very, very careful.
All right. Fair warning. Heads up, Big Moose.
Hopkinsville's a good little town. I'll tell you what, I was down there last year for a truck rodeo. I was impressed as we went through the suburbs and the outer districts of it, how clean that town is. So Big Moose, when you get down there, pay attention. If you get into the residential areas, how clean that little town is. It is pretty impressive. But enjoy the ride, and hope you bring a caddy home.
There you go. All right. Well, thank you for checking in this morning, Larry. Have a great day. Be safe. And then we'll get a news break here. And come back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Russia is denying a claim by the British government that it plans to install a pro-Russian leader in Ukraine. Speaking on NBC's Meet the Press, Secretary of State Antony Blinken explains the path forward.
Even as we're building up deterrence, even as we're building up defense for Ukraine, we're also engaged in diplomacy and dialogue. And I met, as you know, with the Russian Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, in Geneva just a few days ago to try to find out if there is a real path forward on diplomacy and dialogue.
Reports are coming in that the State Department could begin evacuating the families of U.S. Embassy personnel in Ukraine. A shipment of Javelin anti-armor missiles, which was made in the U.S., is headed to Kiev. President Biden says they're ready to impose consequences if Russia does begin to invade Ukraine. This is USA Radio News.
Are you looking for something different to experience with friends, family, or coworkers? How about the world of whiskey? Jeff Borker here from the Classic Dram, and we know whiskey can be a bit intimidating at first, but with the right guidance, it's a blast to explore. Let us put together an expert-certified whiskey event for your group, and we don't even have to be in the same room to do it. Regardless of your whiskey experience, we can organize and lead your group through a virtual whiskey tasting right in our very own Zoom online speakeasy. Now, these events are great for birthdays, anniversaries, or corporate get-togethers, or just celebrating time with friends. Now, a number of packages are available, and we can customize the experience just for you. Visit us today at theclassicdram.com or shoot us an email at info@theclassicdram.com. Let 2022 mark the start of your personal whiskey journey, and remember, come for the spirits and stay for the experience. Cheers, all.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I do believe if I go back to the podcast, listen to Friday morning's program, I mentioned Nancy Pelosi and the fact that, well, what the hell she got to lose now? Yeah, at this point in my career, I'd be willing to look at maybe some legislation to ban stock trading for members of Congress. Because she's already made her fortune. And then again, the rumors are she's looking to retire about midterm election time. Lo and behold, the headline, after amassing a net worth of $120 million, Nancy Pelosi says she's open to stock trading ban for Congress. There you have it. What is her net worth? Well, over her 35 years in Congress, Nancy Pelosi has amassed a personal fortune of over $120 million. She has developed exquisite tastes over the years. She loves her gourmet ice cream. Well, back last month, she defended U.S. lawmakers trading stocks on tips after a report showed 49 members of Congress violated the law designed to prevent insider trading. Yeah, at that point in time, she argued, America is a free market economy. Therefore, lawmakers like her, who maybe get early tips, should be able to trade stocks. Of course, the FBI's allowed her to do it for decades. But suddenly, she's had a change of heart. Thursday, Pelosi seemed to suggest she's now open to a ban on stock trading by members of Congress. Yes, a shift from her previous stance. What changed? Why would Democrats, what the Rubes think about their stock purchases? Well, The Hill reported Nancy Pelosi Thursday appeared to suggest she's open to the ban on stock trading by members of Congress. Asked about the hotly contested issue during her weekly press conference, she said she trusts lawmakers, but she'd be willing to back a ban if she had the support of her caucus. I have great confidence in the integrity of my members. They're remarkable. So when people talk about, somebody might do this and somebody, I trust our members, she said. Later in her response, however, she did add to give a blanket attitude of we can't do this, we can't do that because we can't be trusted. I just don't buy that. But if members want to do that, I'm okay with that. Gotta love it, Nancy. 35 years. Yeah, that's a whole lot more than that salary would generate. But with that, back to the phones we go. And who we got on the line here? Heatwave, I believe it is. Yes, sir. Morning, Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Well, again, thank you for taking me back.
Listen, would she support term limits now?
Yeah, right? Yeah, I bet she would.
Yeah.
I'd be open to that.
Oh, sure. I mean, yeah. So, yeah, I got two other things. One about Joe Biden and then another one here about Saudi Arabia. Now, the international community is now trying to make Saudi Arabia out to be the bad guy because they dare bomb the housing or whatnot where the Houthi rebels, Iranians, are living in or staying in, residing in. And, they didn't kill the leaders, but they killed women and children. Well, I don't really see any difference from these Houthis or anybody that tries to start a fight by just shooting rockets all over the place, not knowing who or what they're going to hit. But then as soon as they are retaliated upon, now we're supposed to feel sorry for them? See, this is the kind of idiocy that the left will take. Like, yeah, Saudi Arabia shouldn't do it. Shame on you. Shame, shame, shame. Israel shouldn't do it. Shame, 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 shame. Well, if you don't want to play the big boy game of, just knocking heads, and blowing people up, then don't start the damn game. It's simple as that. But apparently there's people out there that are just too damn ignorant and refuse to listen to reasoning. And, shame on them.
Yeah.
And if the women and children got hurt, I'm sorry. If they got killed, I'm sorry. But you shouldn't have started to play the game and then hide behind the skirts and diapers of women and children. So that's my opinion on that, and I'm sure I'm going to get yelled at. But, hey, every family has those people in there that you're going to yell at for thinking opposite of the way you think. So now, getting back to our idiot in chief. Listen, Joe, you want to know what we Republicans are for? I mean, you made that clear. What are Republicans for? Well, I'll tell you what this Republican is for. I am for a safe and secure border.
Yep.
I am for good paying jobs in the country. I am for lower fuel prices and being energy independent. I am for bringing back all the products that we sent out to be made, bring that back to the states. I am for voter ID laws. If you have to have a damn ID to get into the hospital, go to the library to get a library card, or even get a driver's license, then and for anything else, banking, writing a check, driving a car, it's not like you can't afford to do that. A picture ID, that is what I am for. And I'm sure there's a lot of things that out there that I am for that you would think make me a racist, that make me think that you think that I'm just un-American. But it seems to be un-American to put the razor to the neck of the country and then threaten, so to in an essence, to do harm to us as a country and try to help out everybody else out there. I'm for legal immigration. Now, notice the word I use the term
legal.
Legal.
Yep.
This illegal nonsense, you can't have it because it's an incentive for everyone else in the world to come here to get on the government teat, suck us dry, and then we become a third world country. That man is his handlers need to do a better job. Put him back in the damn basement and put a string in his back so you can pull it, and that way you already have that pre-recorded message you want spoken without him acting an ass, making a fool out of himself and making us the laughing stock of the country and the world. So Well, with that little rant, I feel much better now. I sure do appreciate the time, senor.
Yeah, well, as far as, us paying for it, I mean, I think over the weekend or maybe late last week, they just announced that we're, with this stay in Mexico policy that had been re-implemented, we're now going to, the American taxpayers are going to pay for the legal representation of those illegals looking to get into the country. We're going to cover that cost for them.
Good night. Steve, I could have gone without knowing that, but hey, this is what Democrats wanted. They hated Trump so much that they were willing to stuff the ballot boxes. They were willing to have their pets vote. They were willing to have the dead vote. They were willing to harvest the votes from old folks' homes. They're willing to send ballots out so they can be mailed in and signed multiple times by someone that cannot be verified. Well, you people wanted it. By God, you got it. And I think anything like this, you need to pay for it. Because we had the country going good, and this ain't Trump's fault. As much as they want to blame Trump, this is not his fault. Trump handed Biden a rip-roaring economy that was firing on all cylinders. And from day one, minute one, he's the one that gutted everything. So I'm sorry. You can't blame conservative Republicans. You can't blame middle of the road. You can only blame yourself. Okay, now I think I'm done.
All right, thank you, Heatwave. Have a good morning. Granted, everything was kind of like topsy-turvy. Yes, in 2019, heading into 2020, the economy was hitting on all cylinders. The whole, the COVID was in the beginning, in the process of turning things kind of upside down. Of course, that was due to, lockdowns, work from home, give us 14 days and all that were, literally millions of people almost overnight found themselves on the unemployment rolls temporarily. But with that, we'll get a quick 2-minute timeout. Come back. Your calls. More to come on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
me jump right back over to the phones here quickly. Somebody wanted to talk about Ukraine. Who we got on the line?
Yeah, this is Vic, Steve.
Hey, Vic, what's happening?
This Ukraine deal that they're ginning up there, that kind of worries me because it's almost like we're trying to provoke Putin into doing something. And are you aware that China, Iran, and Russia are getting ready to prepare for joint military exercises? So I don't think Ukraine.
Not familiar with that. I know they're fixing to start, military exercises in Belarus with Russian forces there, and some are trying to allude to, that's a pretext to be able to invade Ukraine from more than one direction.
No, this is a joint military exercise between China, Iran, and Russia. I don't know exactly what they're preparing for, but you see, Iran and Russia, they border together, and they share borders with the Caspian Sea, which has oil output. And so I really don't think Ukraine's very high on their radar. But the thing that precipitated this was the United States was trying to encourage Ukraine to join NATO, which is kind of odd because whenever the Soviet Union collapsed, we promised Ukraine that if they'd give up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. And then Obama, he got in on that Nunn-Lugar agreement and expanded it and got Ukraine to give up all their heavy anti-tank weapons back in 2006. So whenever Russia basically took over Crimea and was giving Ukraine problems, Ukraine was defenseless, and we really didn't do that much about it. But again, what precipitated that with Russia was that there was a pro-Russian Ukrainian leader elected, and Hillary Clinton and Obama didn't like that. So we went over there and started causing them trouble and rioting and one thing and another, and basically chased that leader out of Ukraine, and he went back to Russia, and then we installed a pro-U.S. leader in Ukraine. And so ever since then, we've been trying to, I guess, for the easiest, we've been trying to keep Putin on the defensive. And if you go back and look at all of the talk and everything else that went on. But what worries me about the deal with Ukraine is that not only are we basically trying to, I don't think Russia will invade Ukraine for a couple of reasons. Number one being that Ukraine is a large producer of wheat, Black Sea wheat, and so is Russia. And it's cold over there, and they want to keep their people fed. I just can't see them going in there at this particular time. If they're going to do it, it would be up in the summertime. So, but I believe they're trying to encourage Ukraine or instilling fear in Ukraine so they can join NATO, and that in turn is getting Putin upset because he thinks they're trying to surround Russia and invade Russia. So it's just one of those things that everything gets ginned up. And I think about, I don't know if this is a good analogy or not, but it's like you've seen people get started in a kind of a word fight over something, and people start carrying tales, and the next thing you know, it elevates way beyond what it ever was. And I think that's what we're doing over there. And we've had a habit of doing that. And Biden, I believe, is trying to look for some sort of a base-saving thing, another adventure or whatever, to try to cover up the disaster that we had in Afghanistan. And when they withdrew over there, and it was much like the same disaster that we had in Vietnam. And there's a lot of bad intelligence that goes on. So the thing that I'm concerned about is we've been going around picking these fights, getting in fights all around the world, and then we get in there, and everybody said, well, gee, what happened? Well, 9 times out of 10, it was because they had bad intelligence going in, and the intelligence was usually modified to satisfy somebody's political goals. It really didn't have anything at all to do with the defense of the United States or the free world or anything else. And that's what concerns me about all this talk going on over there in Ukraine, because I think the talk settled down. Probably a lot of other things would settle down too. But the greater concern to me is that China and Iran and Russia are beginning to coalesce and form a union. And when that happens, we're going to have a lot bigger problems to worry about than Ukraine. And the other thing is Putin is going around trying to form something similar to the Warsaw Pact that they had back in the old Cold War days. And I would imagine he will be successful on that also. And because, not everybody in the world loves the United States, and even a lot of people that have been our friends have said, it's difficult.
Still look at us as the so-called great evil, right? I'm going to try to squeeze one more in. Is this Gary in L.A.?
Well, good morning to you, my friend. I hope all is well going with you. I know here a while back I had sent you a message and you mentioned my name, but the old man got up early just because it's cold here in L.A. right now, and I wanted some coffee, so I decided to call you and just tell you hello. And the last quick thing is, I sure am glad you was not on that cruise ship that got diverted because they owed so much money in back fuel.
Yeah, me too. No doubt. Yep.
But anyway, take care. I'll talk to you soon.
Well, that's Gary in L.A., a.k.a. Lower Alabama. It's been a while. So, yeah, good to hear from you, Gary. Thank you for checking in. And with that, we're out of time here, so we'll close things out on a Monday morning. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us. Get ready for another big show, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream,